changes in acute coronary syndrome and heart block. Right? ECG changes in acute coronary syndrome and heart block. So let's proceed. Acute coronary syndrome. Acute coronary syndrome is a spectrum of disease where coronary blood vessels are blocked either partially or completely due to rupture of atherosclerosis vein. Right? So, like we find out, so we have two coronary arteries, one right coronary artery and left coronary artery. Left coronary artery get divided into anterior descending, left anterior descending, and left circumference. Right? Okay, so these are the major coronary arteries, and instead of acute coronary syndrome, these coronary arteries, the major coronary arteries or branches. These coronary arteries are blocked due to rupture of atherosclerosis vein. Right? Okay. So vein disruption or dilution leads to thrombus formation and it leads to acute cardiac ischemia. Right? Acute cardiac ischemia means what is ischemia? The tissue is not getting enough blood. Right? What is ischemia? And when the cell is dead or the tissue is dead, we call it infarction. Right? This is the difference between ischemia and infarction. So, an atherosclerosis vein will lead to thrombus formation, rupture of the atherosclerosis vein, it will lead to thrombus formation, and it will lead to acute cardiac ischemia. And the spectrum of diseases due to acute ischemia, we call it acute coronary syndrome. And we have three major diagnoses under the heading of acute coronary syndrome. So, what are those three diseases? Acute coronary syndrome is an umbrella diagnosis under which we have three main diseases. One is unstable angina, another is ischemic, and finally is unstable. Right? So, acute coronary syndrome. We have unstable angina. Then unstable and thyroid. Then, okay. So what is STEMI? STEMI is ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. Okay. Right. So under acute coronary syndrome, we have three major diagnoses. One is unstable angina, second is end-stage or non-ST segment elevation myocardial infarction, and third is ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. So, by the name suggests that ST segment elevation myocardial infarction, it will be characterized by elevation of ST segment in and end-stage non-ST segment elevation myocardial infarction is not characterized by ST segment elevation. So there will be no ST segment elevation here in case of end-stage. Okay, and unstable angina, it is sometimes characterized by ST segment depression, right? Okay, so the diagnosis I will is not very well, for you, but still remember. So acute cardiac ischemia or acute coronary syndrome, we can divide it into non-ST segment elevation and ST segment elevation completely on the basis of ECG. So first make it clear that any acute coronary syndrome, right? Any acute coronary syndrome, we can diagnose by two ways. One is ECG, another is cardiac enzymes, elevation in cardiac enzymes, and mostly these cardiac enzymes are troponin, right? So troponin I and troponin T. In short, we call it TROP-T or TROP-I. Troponin T or troponin I. So when these cardiac biomarkers or troponins are eliminated in someone's blood, that denotes myocardial necrosis or myocardial cell damage, right? So biochemically you can diagnose dyspnea or myocardial cell injury by inhibition of troponin or cardiac enzymes, and electrically or electrophysiologically you can diagnose it by ECG, right? Okay, so the diagnostic when to depend on ECG and when to depend on cardiac biomarkers like TROP. So, first with any test you will perform an ECG and see whether there is ST segment elevation or not, right? So when the patient is arriving to your clinic with a history of chest pain and you are performing an ECG and you look for any ST segment elevation. So if there is ST segment elevation, to perform the biomarker for cardiac myocardial necrosis, which is troponin T or troponin I, right? Okay. So once ST segment elevation is there and also cardiac biomarkers are present in patient's blood, we will call it ST segment elevation myocardial infarction or STEMI, ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. Okay. Now once your ECG is not characterized by any ST segment elevation and you see that cardiac biomarkers are not elevated, we classify it under unstable enzyme, and very frequently it is also characterized by ST segment depression rather than ST segment elevation. I am showing you the ECGs in my subsequent slides. And once there is no ST segment elevation but elevated cardiac biomarkers, we call it non-ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. So, what is the necessity of doing this classification unstable angina, STEMI and STEMI? Because the treatment protocol differs. Okay, out of all these three entities, unstable angina, STEMI and STEMI. Okay, unstable angina, STEMI and STEMI. ST segment elevation myocardial infarction is the most fatal, right? ST segment elevation or ST segment elevation myocardial infarction or STEMI is the most fatal event. So that requires immediate intervention and usually it is within 6 hours from the development of chest pain. Okay, so we call it low nasal time. So that patients require specific coronary intervention like percutaneous coronary interventions like angioplasty or stent dressing. So this is an urgency in case of STEMI or ST segment elevation myocardial infarction, right? But for unstable angina and non-ST segment myocardial infarction, there is no urgency, but still percutaneous coronary intervention like angioplasty and stent dressing can be done. Okay. But initially it can be managed with few medications like heparin, like beta blocker, aspirin, right? But the most fatal thing is ST segment elevation myocardial infarction that requires immediate treatment, particularly within 6 hours from the development of chest pain, either by stent or angioplasty or thrombolysis, right? Okay. Now, in physiology, no one will be asking you what are the treatments for unstable angina, how to diagnose unstable angina for non-ST segment elevation myocardial infarction or ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. No one will ask you about the treatment protocols, but what you need to know very little ECG changes in unstable angina, ECG changes in non-ST segment myocardial infarction and ST segment myocardial infarction, right? Okay, so to recap, acute coronary syndrome is an umbrella diagnosis under which we have three entities. One is unstable angina, second is non-ST segment elevation myocardial infarction, and third is ST segment myocardial infarction, and out of which ST segment elevation myocardial infarction is the most dangerous thing that requires treatment within 6 hours from the onset of chest pain. Okay. Now to understand the physiology, why there is ST segment elevation and why there is sometimes ST segment depression. So that means there is some abnormality with the vectors. There is some abnormality with the vectors, some abnormality with the electrophysiology of the heart, right? So you can see on the top of this picture the normal ECG. So where you can see the QRS complex followed by the ST segment, and this ST segment denotes the plating phase of myocardial action potential. So you know at plating phase, what happens in the plating phase? So this is typical myocardial action potential, right? And you are placing an electrode on the chest or maybe on the leaves, right? So on a superficial surface, we are recording the electrical activity of heart, but we cannot directly record it, right? Which is happening inside the myocardial cell. We are just placing surface electrode and we are capturing this electrical activity. And the thing is, the surface electrode, it can capture the change in voltage, right? So you see this action potential. So this is phase 0, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, right? And this one is phase 4, in phase 4, right? Now, the surface electrode, be it 1, 2, 3, and 8, we are just leads, E1 to this, all these test leads, they can detect change in voltage in respect to time. So they can detect the change in voltage. It should be present, right? It should be present, change in voltage in respect to time, which is captured by the surface electrode. So you see at phase 0, there is change in voltage from resting membrane potential to 0 millivolt, minus 90 millivolt to 0 millivolt, right? So you can see over here also. So this is minus 90 millivolt and this is almost 0 millivolt. So the change in voltage, it can be captured by your surface electrode. Now what is happening at phase 2? Phase 2 is this plating phase where there is no change in voltage, right? In phase 2, it is plating phase. It is flat, so there is no change in voltage. So this is why this plating phase corresponds to ST segment, right? Plating phase corresponds to ST segment. So there is no change in voltage. So there is no deflection, no positive deflection, no negative deflection, right? So in ECG, all positive deflection and all negative deflection we get only when there is change in voltage in respect to time. But during phase 2, as phase 2, and there is no change in voltage, so it gives rise to ST segment, and which is isolated. Okay, so ST segment normally is isolated. Normally ST segment is isolated because it corresponds to phase 2 of action potential of myocardium, right? Okay, now what happens in the ischemic tissue? So you see the change in action potential in an ischemic tissue. Black color one is the normal one and the red one is called ischemic tissue, right? So for an ischemic tissue, resting membrane potential is raised, right? For an ischemic tissue, resting membrane potential is raised. So that means phase 4 is more depolarized in respect to normal tissue. So during diastole, the ischemic tissue will have, say for example, minus 60 millivolt of resting membrane potential in comparison to normal tissue, which is having minus 90 millivolt of resting membrane potential. But what is happening during systole? Just look at the midpoint of phase 2. Midpoint of the phase. So you see during systole, it is negative in respect to the normal tissue. In case of normal tissue, the midpoint of phase 2 is 0 millimolar, but ischemic tissue, the midpoint of phase 2 is minus 50 millimolar. Right? So see here, during systole, the normal tissue is 0 millimolar and ischemic tissue is minus 50 millimolar. So that means during systole, a vector will pass from normal tissue to ischemic tissue. Right? So during systole, a vector will pass or an electrical current depolarization wave will move from normal tissue to ischemic tissue. Clear? If this much is clear, I can proceed next time. Okay. So now see. So here, the case of endocardial injury, subendocardial injury. So as a rule, during systole, an electrical vector will pass from normal tissue to the damaged tissue. Okay, normal tissue to the damaged tissue during systole, right? So it will give rise to ST segment depression, as because this vector which is moving from normal tissue to the injured tissue is moving away. Right? So this is what the current of injury. Okay? So this current of injury, which is a depolarization vector, it will move from the normal tissue to the diseased tissue, to the injured tissue. So during subendocardial injury, it will move from epicardium to endocardium, and it will give rise to ST segment depression in the disease. Right? On the other hand, during transfural or the bone thickness injury, or in case of epicardial injury, it is characterized by ST segment elevation. This is because the current of injury moves from normal tissue to the injured tissue, that means from endocardial side towards the epicardial side, and it will give rise to ST segment elevation. Correct? So in physiology, your proper question is why there is ST segment elevation in ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. Why there is ST segment elevation in staining, and why there is ST segment depression in staining. Right? So this is your physiology question. No one will ask you how to manage a case of staining or how to manage a case of non-staining. All these things you will study in medicine. So here is the case of acute inferior wall, inferior ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. So before that, you need to know what are the leads that we need to look for myocardial infarction, right? So we have some anterior leads, we have some lateral leads, and we have some inferior leads, right? So if you look at all your ECG leads, right? So this is lead 1. This is lead 1. This is ATM. Right? This is ATM. This is 2. This is 3. Right? So all these 3 leads, 2, 3 ATM are inferior leads. Right? So once the patient is suffering from inferior wall myocardial infarction, you will look for ST segment elevation in lead 2, 3 and ATM. Right? Lead 1, lead ATM, these leads are lateral leads. So when the patient is suffering from lateral wall myocardial ischemia or infarction, there will be ST changes in lead 1, lead ATM and congestive defined disease, right? So inferior wall myocardial infarction, 2, 3 ATM. Lateral wall myocardial infarction, 1 ATM defined disease. Anterior wall myocardial infarction from D2 to D5, D2 to D5, D2, 3, 4, 5. These are anterior. Okay. Anterior wall D2 to D5. lateral wall infarction, 2 P deviate, and inferior wall. Oh, sorry. 2 P deviate, lateral wall 1 deviate, P5. Right? So with this, you can diagnose which heart wall abnormality is there. Okay? So patient is coming or presenting with dyspnea, chest pain, you are performing an ECG and you will look for ST segment elevation. Okay, yes, you are getting ST segment elevation, but on which leads? Okay, it should be on continuous leads. So if it is anterior wall, it will be 5. If it is lateral wall, 1 will be 5, and if it is inferior wall, 2 will be 8. So in this example, acute inferior ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. So you see ST segment elevation in P2, ST segment elevation in P3, and also ST segment elevation in P8. Right? So this is case of acute inferior wall myocardial infarction. Okay? ST segment elevation myocardial. So again, it is a case of urgency. Utmost urgency within 6 hours the patient needs percutaneous interventions like angioplasty or or maybe complexes. Okay. Next ECG. Again we see ST segment elevation in 2 NDA, 2 NDA, 2P and patient, right? Again an inferior wall myocardial infarction. Right? Okay. Now see D1 segment elevation. See D segment elevation. Correct? So it is case of lateral wall myocardial infarction. Right? 1 it's not very clear in the biology, but still it is lateral wall myocardial infarction. Okay. Now we can have cold myocardial infarction. So before that, look for the sequence. How the case of myocardial infarction progresses in ECG. Okay. So in the case of myocardial infarction, if you leave as such without any treatment, so without any treatment, if you leave in case of myocardial infarction, first it will be characterized by ST segment elevation, and the second event will be hyperactive Q wave. Okay. So first is the ST segment elevation, second is the development of Q wave within few hours or within 24 hours. Okay. So after that what will happen? Your ST segment will be gradually normalized. It will be coming towards the baseline, and finally there will be T wave inversion. Okay, so this is the sequence how the ECG changes in myocardial infarction takes place. Yes, if the patient survives, right? So if the patient survives, it will move like this. So initially, this is normality. Here, 1 is normality, right? And 2, the active event or ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. So the patient will have severe chest pain here. Okay. Then if you leave as such without any treatment, the patient will develop Q wave, hyperactive Q wave within 24 hours, right? This is called hyperactive Q wave. Actually, the treatment goal is not inward or intestinal annealing. The treatment goal is to prevent Q wave. Okay. So once it has progressed from ST segment elevation to the development of Q wave from 2 to 3, that means damage has already been done. Okay. So already there is lots of damage. You can't do anything by performing further angioplasty or stenosis. Okay. So the treatment goal is to prevent development of acute Q wave. Right? Okay, so initially, and all these wave changes, that means hyperactive Q wave inversion, all of these things are different or abnormal equalization wave, which is called the current of injury. Okay, I want to show you the current of injury. This is causing ST segment elevation. Similarly, we can explain the Q wave inversion and hyperactive Q wave. Right? Okay. So this is the event. This question might come into answer very well. What are the sequences of sequences in ECG in myocardial infarction? So first is segment derivation, second is development of two-wave, third is normalization of segment towards baseline, and fourth is E-wave inversion. Okay, right? These 4 points. Just grasp. Okay, so this is a case of old inferior wall myocardial infarction. So you see old inferior wall myocardial infarction, that means ST segment will be normalized, Q-wave will be gone, and finally there will be inversion of T-wave and it will remain. Okay, inversion of T-wave and it will remain. So you see in T2, in T3, in T8. So T-wave inversion present. Okay, T-wave inversion present. So it is a case of old inferior wall myocardial infarction. Right? Okay, here is the case of again anterior wall myocardial infarction. So we can see simultaneously ST segment elevation and Q-wave, hyperactive Q-wave has started developing. Right? So anterior wall. So this is why you can see in D2, D3, D4, D5, D2, D5, D5. So it is the case of anterior wall myocardial infarction. We are having ST segment elevation as well as hyperactive Q-wave. Right? So gradually ST segment will be normalized, Q-wave will be there, and in subsequent time what will happen is Q-wave will also be gone and then Q-wave inversion. So it is a case of ST segment depression in downstream angina because it is sub-endocardial, so it is characterized by ST segment depression. So you can see ST segment depression in D2, D3, D4, D5. Okay, so it is characterized by ST segment depression. So very clearly you can see ST segment depression here, here, ST segment depression here, and also D5. V2 to V5 anterior wall ST segment depression. So it is anterior wall ST segment depression, unstable angina. Right? Why unstable angina? Because it was not characterized by elevated cardiac biomarkers. Talks. We have time for talks. Problem. Okay, so cough and cough. The current of injury is from normal tissue to the diseased tissue. Current of injury. What is current of injury? Again, a question in physiology. Okay, so in physiology, your question is what is current of injury? Why there is ST segment division? Why there is ST segment division? And what are the sequences? What are the sequences in active myocardial infarction? This is changes sequences, right? Okay, so one sub-endocardial. The current of injury is from normal tissue to diseased tissue. That means it will move away from the lesion. Okay, so it is moving away from the lesion. So here, the example is defined. So it is moving away from the lesion. So it will cause ST segment depression, right? So here, in case of transmural endocardial injury, the current of injury is taken from normal tissue to outside. So it is going towards the lesion defined. So it is characterized by ST segment deviation, right? Okay, clear everyone? Acute coronary syndrome, 3 things: unstable angina, end-stage stage, within which end-stage stage we need to treat it within 6 hours. Okay? Then what is current of injury? Current of injury is normally ST segment should be isolated. We will explain that normally ST segment should be isolated. This is because ST segment corresponds to the phase 2 of acute tension, which is run by low-plastic calcium channel and potassium channel. Okay, as these two are operating in opposite direction, voltage remains same, so we cannot capture any upstroke or downstroke in ECG. So ideally, ST segment is isolated. But when there is ischemia or infarction, there is current of injury. This current of injury it moves from normal tissue to diseased tissue. If it is moving away from the lead, it will give rise to ST segment depression. If it is moving towards the lead, it will give rise to excessive diffuse. Okay, that's minimum knowledge is required for it. Okay. Okay, blocks is block in the conduction tissue. What are conduction tissue? So you know, SNO to APO. After APO, we have SNO is not supposed to be here. So this is the ventricular conduction system of tissue. So we start from APO. After APO, we have bundle of keys, right? Bundle of keys again divided into two. The left bundle branch block, left bundle branch, and right bundle branch. Left bundle is again divided into anterior fascicle and posterior fascicle, right? Now block can be anywhere. Block can be anywhere. It is conduction system. So first we will discuss the block which is occurring. So I will speed up over here because not that much important. Okay, so first is epinodal block. Okay, epinodal block or epinodal block, epinodal block. It is subdivided into positive block, secondary block, and third degree. Third degree block is equal to complete heart block, where we need to implant the pacemaker, either permanent or temporary, right? Okay, so we are discussing AP block. AP block, first is fast degree AP block. What is fast degree AP block? All of you know PR interval. PR interval is normally 0.1 to 2.2 seconds. When one is more than 0.2 seconds, we call it fast degree heart block. So as such, fast degree heart block is not dangerous thing. It may be present in a normal healthy individual, or sometimes if it is new onset, it might signify acute coronary, right? So it may be present in a normal healthy individual. Very often it is present in pro level athletes, right? Fast degree heart block is very common. Okay, fast degree heart block, AP block. So when it is present, as because fast degree heart block is written on the report, so patients are very often scared. So you make them understand that it is not that much dangerous. It might be present in normal healthy individual and also in pro level athletes, right? Okay, so this is fast degree heart block. So you see fast degree heart block. So normally fast degree heart block is up to 0.2 seconds, that means 200 milliseconds. So here you can see in fast degree heart block, the PR interval is 360 milliseconds and it is constant. Okay, so it is 9 response pairs. 9 response pairs. So 9 into 0.04, that means 0.36 seconds is equal to 360 milliseconds. Okay, so PR interval is raised and it is fixed everywhere. If you see here, it is 360 milliseconds. If you see here, again 360 milliseconds. If you see here, again 360 milliseconds. So everywhere PR interval is fixed and raised. Okay, so the definition of fast degree heart block is not only PR interval is raised, it is fixed and raised, right? So always it is 360 in this example. Sorry, 360 milliseconds, right? So this is fast degree heart block. Now let us come to okay. Now second degree heart block. What is second degree heart block? Here PR interval is gradually raised. So first PR interval is 260 milliseconds, second is 280 milliseconds, 380 milliseconds, 320 milliseconds. So gradually PR interval is increasing until there is a skip of ventricular beat. So P wave is not followed by QRS complex, right? So P wave followed by a QRS complex, P wave followed by a QRS complex, P wave followed by a QRS complex, P wave, there is no QRS complex. Okay, so PR interval is gradually increasing and suddenly there is a drop in QRS complex, right? So P wave will not be followed by a QRS complex. So it is called second degree heart block, Mobius type 1. Okay, second degree heart block, Mobius type 1. Quick that type, some super quick that type. So just remember Mobius type 1, second degree heart block. First degree heart block is PR interval is raised and fixed. Second degree heart block is PR interval is gradually increasing, and suddenly there is a P wave and it is not followed by a QRS complex. Clear? No one will ask you to think of first degree heart block or second degree heart block. No need to study. Okay, second-degree heart block. Second-degree heart block Mobius type 2. It is dangerous. Okay, so second-degree heart block Mobius type 2. What is happening here? PR interval is fixed. Okay, PR interval is fixed. Even in very normal, right? PR interval is fixed even in very normal. So you see here QA followed by QA complex, QA followed by QA complex, QA followed by QA complex, QA no QA. Okay, so PR interval is not increasing gradually. It is not gradually increasing, but suddenly there is a QA which is not followed by a QA complex. Okay. So P towards P towards P towards P, no QA. So here is P, again another P, and there is a pause, right? So one atrial wave is not being transmitted to ventricle. Okay, one atrial wave is not followed by equal complex. That means that atrial wave, that atrial depolarization is not transmitting to ventricle, right? So it is called Mobius type 2 secondary heart block. Clear? Mobius type 2. Mobius type 1 is here interval is gradually increasing. 260 milliseconds, 280 milliseconds, 320 milliseconds. This is exactly whatever number. Okay, so here interval gradually increasing, and a point of time comes when QA is not followed by a QRS complex. That means that atrial wave is not transmitting to ventricle. Okay, all these are due to epinodal clog. Okay, epinodal clog, and definitely this epinodal clog is due to some disease like ischemia and pulmonary fibrosis, right? Okay, so this is secondary heart block, and in tertiary heart block, in secondary type 2, what is happening in secondary type 2? PR interval is fixed. PR interval is fixed. It is not gradually increasing. It is fixed. But the point of time comes when QA is not followed by QRS, right? It is what Mobius type 2. Now, secondary heart block is one pattern. Secondary heart block is one pattern. What is happening here? So, for every 2 atrial beats, there will be 1 QRS complex. Okay. Ideally, for every P wave, there should be 1 QRS complex. So here, for every 2 P waves, there will be 1 QRS complex. That means, out of 2 atrial waves, only 1 is transmitting to ventricle. Right? So 2 atrial wave, 1 ventricular complex. 2 atrial wave, 1 ventricular complex. So what will be happening in this PPQRS, 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 right? So it is happening here. 2 is 1. So can you identify 2 P waves here? 1 P wave is at the descending limb of P. This is Q wave. At the descending limb of P, you have 1 P wave. Again another Q wave. So 2 P and 2 2 P and 2 2 P and 2 2 P QRS. Here. So this is 2:1 heart. Now this is secondary heart block 2:1 here. This is another example of 2:1. Again, 2 atrial wave. So this is again 1 P, which is falling on the descending limb of P, 2 P, okay, 2 P, 1 QRS, 2 P, 1 QRS. Here. What 2:2? So likewise, you make it 3:1, 4:1. 4:1 is very rare. 3:1 is little rare. 2:1 is very good. No, this is not in mind. This is hard. No, there is more. Okay, so one thing I forgot to discuss on accessible derivation. So when we call it accessible derivation, so it's not how much elevation is required, to call it accessible derivation. So one small square elevation of ST segment, right? UA P1 ST segment. So it's like small square. So one small square elevation in limb limbs and 2 small square elevation in chest limbs. it is the requirement. It is the criteria.
We call it a significant ST segment deviation. Right? Okay. So first degree heart block, increased and fixed PR interval. Second degree heart block, Mobius type 1 and Mobius type 2. What is happening in Mobius type 1? PR interval is increasing, gradually increasing, and gradually there is a drop in inverse complex Q wave which is not covered by inverse complex. Right? So this is Mobius type 1. And what is happening in Mobius type 2? PR interval is fixed, and even it can be within normal range, but the point of time comes when Q wave is not covered by inverse complex. This is called Mobius type 2. What is 2:1? 2:1 second degree heart block. 2:1 second degree heart block is out of two axial waves, only a single wave moves to ventricle. Out of two axial waves, only a single wave is able to move to ventricle. Right? So this is what 2:1 second degree heart block. And in the ECG, you see PT twice. Right? Okay, now finally, third degree heart block. What is third degree heart block? The most dangerous one. The third degree heart block is a total bizarre event. Okay, total chaotic event. So atria is beating on its own, ventricle is beating on its own. There is no relation between P and Q. Okay. So it is total, complete dissociation. No atrial fluid is moving to ventricle, right? And ventricle is beating on its own with its own receptor, right? So there is no relation. Okay? Let me show you. So 30 heart block. So you see multiple P. So you see multiple P. This one is P. Here P falls here. Again P. So P is beating on its own, and there is P towards complex, but there is no relation. Okay, atria is beating on its own, ventricle is beating on its own. So complete dissociation. Right? So this is cardiac heart. Again, no one will ask you the treatment. No one will ask you the treatment. Invisibility. You can study on your own if you have interest. Right? Okay. Okay, now moving on to particular law. Moving on to
the second degree heart block is a T wave होगा ना?
Second degree
heart block है T wave T.
Yes, T wave is there because T wave is falling on the descending wave of P. You see. See, second degree heart block. This is T. This total wave is T, and on the descending beam of T, the P is superimposed. Right? P is there. Sorry, P is there. Ventricular depolarization is there. This is happening normally. Right? Now moving on to particular blocks. Okay, now in this conduction system, either the left bundle or right bundle can be blocked. So a block might be here, or a block might be here on the left bundle. Okay, block might be here, or block might be here. Okay. Again, this is the right bundle one to learn block as this is. Actually. What's here? Actually, okay. ठीक है, जो इस तरह देखिए राइट में लॉग है। ओके, ठीक है। It's not dangerous. Silent. Okay, so this is your bundle of these, just bundle, right bundle, right? So here line is your ventricle, here is your heart, here is your right?
bundle of keys. Okay, bundle branch and right bundle branch. Right? So we will first discuss right bundle branch block. So what is happening in right bundle branch block? Okay. So in right bundle branch block, so there is a block here. It is not further transmitting. Correct? It is not further transmitting. So what will happen in right bundle branch block? So first, RB depolarization is stopped. Right? RB is not being depolarized because right bundle is stopped. Correct? So this is not being depolarized, but your NP is being depolarized. Right? And here like ventricle, right? This one is the apex. Right? So due to block in the right bundle branch, RP is not being depolarized. So first, ideally QRS complex is the depolarization for both left ventricle and right ventricle. QRS complex is the depolarization of both left ventricle and right ventricle. Right? Ideally. But what is happening in right bundle branch block? Your LP is depolarizing first, and once LP is depolarized, that depolarization wave after depolarizing LP is moving back to depolarize right ventricle. Right? So right ventricle is being depolarized followed by left ventricle. First your LP is depolarized, and after complete depolarization of LP, the depolarization wave is moving back to the apex to depolarize the right ventricle. Correct? So you get two QRS complex, simultaneously two QRS complex, and particularly we see between D1, D2, D3, okay, D1, D2, D3 here. So we see the splitting of QRS complex into LP and RP. First one will be for LP and second one will be for RP. Right? So RP is depolarized better than the LP. First LP is depolarized, and once this depolarization is over, that depolarization will move back to depolarize RP. Correct? So this is it typically happens in D1. We see D1, D2, D3 to such presence of right bundle block. Right? See right bundle branch block. Right bundle block. Okay. So see here at D1, right? D1 QRS is split, right? We call it M pattern. So presence of M pattern in the D1, D2, D3. Presence of M pattern, right? M pattern. Presence of M pattern in, and let's just is D1 to D3. We call it right bundle branch block, right? Right bundle branch block. Okay. Similarly, what can happen in left bundle branch block? So now left bundle block, right? Once left bundle block, what will happen? So now RP will be depolarized first. And then the depolarization wave will move back to depolarize the left ventricle. Here again, this is taking of the QRS complex, but not in the D1, and very differently we see the D5 and D6. Okay, we see the typical M pattern in D5 and D6, right? D5 and D6, correct? D5, D6, lateral leads. D5, D6 lateral leads. You can see presence of M pattern. By the left bundle branch block. Okay? Okay, sometimes sometimes not the whole left bundle, only the anterior fascicle is blocked. That is not that much dangerous. So only the left bundle anterior fascicle is blocked. We call it left anterior hemiblock. Okay, we call it left anterior hemiblock. And in case of left anterior hemiblock, we do not get this M pattern. We get only left axis radiation. Okay, so once left axis radiation is present, it is usually due to LAHB or left anterior hemiblock. Correct? So this is bicuspidal block. So here it will be presence of RTP or right vertebral block. You see RTP as T1, and also you see the left axis deviation. That means left anterior hemiblock plus right vertebral block. We call it bicuspidal block. Anyway, not important. Absolutely not important. Okay. So just remember left vertebral block and right vertebral block. You get M pattern in D1, D2 in case of right vertebral block, and you get M pattern in D5, D6 in left vertebral block. Okay. So very easy to remember. There is a mnemonic. So that mnemonic is William. Okay, William is left vertebral block. Okay, D1, D6. Okay, so in case of left vertebral block, LVDB, you get W pattern in D1 and M pattern in D6. Right? William. So you get M pattern in D6 in case of left vertebral block. Okay? Williams marrow. So R is RTP, right vertebral block, and you get M pattern in D1, W pattern in D6. Here. So remember William marrow. So you get M pattern in left vertebral block in D6, and you get just remember M pattern, forget W pattern. Just remember M pattern. You get M pattern in D6 in left vertebral block, and you get M pattern in G1 in right vertebral. Right? So this is left vertebral block. You are getting M pattern at G1. Sorry, D5 and D6. Left vertebral block, LVDB, M pattern in D5 and D6. Right vertebral block, in D1, you are getting M pattern. Right? In the right vertebral block, you are getting M pattern at D1. Right? And in the left vertebral block, you are getting M pattern at D6. Clear? Okay, three motion.
I have been working giving from 1980 and the fundamental regarding giving. I have completed my PhD on giving, and I was supposed to submit at the end of good year. Ultimately, I met with a boy who had a walked up and the middle finger was noticing for 1 year. He went from medical college and when he with many doctors and physicians, and the wound was not with real but with the topical agent which is available in the Indian market at the this boy had come to me. Actually, after 3 months, I had nothing to give you. But in 1984, when I did my MS dissertation thesis, actually that was an experimental study on rats. I used the effect of topical agents on the wounds. Now, when you write a thesis, there's a historical review. What are the down the areas, what is issues in the wounds. This historical review is very important part of this. Now, what happened? Actually, I have mentioned a study of 6 mice by an Israel group who had applied honey on wounds and it healed. But 6 mice, the result they saw is published. But they did not say how it acts or something like that. Or any scientific evaluation was not being done in that field. And that day, the boy who gave me with the non-living wound, actually I had nothing to give, but suddenly the 84 historical review by the Israeli study which I had mentioned, I recorded, actually I did not record, I would record it for me. And I applied honey and that would be healed. Actually, what happened? I got stunned actually. And I went to it, and whatever wounds like diabetic wounds, burn wounds, traumatic wounds, any wounds which is given to me, I started pressing the wound with honey. And first, before application of honey, I have taken a photograph and chronological, like 6, 7 different photographs I have taken, and around 6 to 7 cases, I made a protocol. And I went to my mentor at Guide Professor Basu that I was not going to submit the work I have finished. That topic was live microscopic study of healing of carbon by chamomilla extract. Chamomilla is a flower which is used in Europe and Russia. That is, it helps in wound healing. Simple starts do this or something. But my boss got annoyed and angry because he was being transferred to non-Bengal. But I was reluctant. I told him that sir, these 3 representative photographs of cases, my inner feeling, my observation is saying that it heals, it is a wound healing agent. So let us prove it. That again I applied for a new protocol. With the new protocol, I applied to the university, and then I started the new project for another 4 years. Now, I've been working for more than 25 years with honey on wound healing. I'm the largest user in the world as per internet search goes, and my business is the first scientifically documented the work on honey and wound healing. Now, people, my friends have come over to make a documentary of my work, so I am just seeking your permission. If they are taking short, they won't disturb our class. Now I will go today, your therapeutic class is on uterus. Thank you. Now, this is the picture of picture of the uterus open and the baby inside the uterus by giving it the pregnancy. And this is 15 10 80. And this is the picture of a process human body, process and is the user has been exposed to it, and this baby is having a very soft and this is the baby. Now this is the hand drawing by the great artist, anatomist, and what not you have to give you credit, and that I am saying a picture drawn in pencil, ink, and some color. And this is the process body. I told you about Professor Higgins. You go to Google, you search his work, and you will get the body works in the thing he is exhibiting throughout the world. This is the whole body can be put in a suitcase and taken out. And the weight is very light. That's the process. If you are interested, you can read it. Now, the uterus, which is one of the most fascinating organs, and which is unpredictable. Unpredictable. Why I am saying that the sizes of uterus in histology lab, I showed you more or less normal size, but they are decreased. And hysterectomy was performed. And I will show you as the story goes on why I am saying it was any hormonal disturbances, menstrual disorders are there. Everything is okay. Your hormones are okay, your environment is okay, your lifestyle is okay. Yet, a lady does not conceive. The husband is okay in all respects. So, the hall of shape, you take the wall, the size of the young and woman is measured. 8 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide, and 8 centimeters thick. Position of the location of the uterus between the bladder and rectum within the broad ligament, lower end forms an approx right angle between the bladder and the rectum. Yes, if you are given a long question, just write this format, writing the same thing in the books today. We develop and I brought this board. I will explain to you and I will show you the photographs in the human body who presented, and I operated on them and found that the congenital malformation and development of the uterus represented by photographs. Now, uterus. Of the uterus is next cavity called duct of cervix, then downward and backward from uterus. Here the anterior wall of the vagina divided into supravaginal and vaginal parts. Supravaginal part actually is bladder relation around the abdominal movement, the pelvis movement. The bladder is actually to the uterus and to the by the small intestine. Actually, uterine part is connected in the perineum, and the vaginal part is the vaginal body of the cervix. there are special veins right where in the internal GI vein. Now, the breeding of uterus, the fundus, diaphragm nodes, body and cervix, internal and external GI nodes, also breeding. Now, why is it important? Because if the malignancy occurs, then the spread and operation now is modern imaging, you can see how much it is spread and accordingly you have to plan your surgery and what type of operation will be there and total hysterectomy with lymph node clearance is that to be done. Now supply of the uterus portion of the uterus of nuclear and air and supply where one is stored. Clinical rooms, uterine intact by bilateral and collapse of uterus. Approach of uterus. Now this is a very important component because the common position of the uterus is and even forward and upward operate of the vagina circums right angle and deflects body bends downward as with the concentric system. This position can be maintained by muscles, myomuscular clusters, facial manifestation, ligament will also be maintained and pulled. Activation, now, important supports of the uterine company. Now, uterine company, anterior fiber, put the laminate, compensate, and support the vagina, indirectly support the uterus, and fiber are contracted. There is a body, now you will second the perineum body, and now, the uterine is over inside for output of the uterine valve and it gets to see around the uterus. Because nowadays incidents are less because mostly people are going for lower uterine cesarean section. Again, the hospital, now there is a tendency, now the government is also having staff and everything to get it normal delivered in the hospital. Now previously the midwives used to deliver in the villages or small towns, even towns, even you hear news in the aircraft also a baby. One traveling from other areas, in the railway station, in the railway platform, in the train. That can happen. And previously what is happening is that the mother gets an indication, but if you have multiple child, the indication doesn't work at that time. Or even if it is a single delivery, first delivery, then there is the chances that it can be premature delivery. Suddenly, there is dripping of water, and then lower pain in abdomen, and slowly that progresses. uterosacral from the uterus, the circle and get attached to the sacrum. And the whole thyroid is becoming this will distribute. Now, this pyramid is something like that. Now, in the second section, that expansions are getting attached on the sacrum and the pubic is here. And this is the long element of the uterus. Now, care of the pregnancy causes collapse of the uterus, also due to heart failure or necessitating any support of the uterus. Now, complete therapy of the normal delivery is that it can be not assisted. Delivery which is not assisted delivers with the power. The muscles tear out and also the heart level or will necessitate any of the supports. Now this is the picture. The uterus. Now, the ureter. The human body which has come, but we have not dissected out. That will be shown to you. Now, this is the laparoscopic picture of the ovary here. The poncho, the Mexican flag. You put it as a neck and there's a big, like a winter smoky, like a shawl cut in the shape brown, put it, and that is the broad figure. Take it as a, this is the fallopian tube, the broad figure. Now, in female, you have heard lecture of Professor Rajkumar that the Actually, males having inguinal artery are more, but it is not unusual to female present with the inguinal artery, especially small curd coming up that Dr. Babu taken it to college. So, you just lie down and after the cough, that's the cough because that's very good on mechanism. Okay. Now, again it goes inside. If it's a large arterial, then actually female is very artificial. Very artificial to have a big artery. This is the when you see the section of the person, it will be showing you the relation of the inguinal artery with the ureter. Very important, very important. Like a box screw, you have seen a box screw. That's kind of, and here the one part is integrated. Now, actually, that is now ligation. But I do it that I take out this spectrum and put it down, push it down, in the anterior aspect, I pick up the urinary artery and urinary vessels and ligate, putting aside the ureter. Now, now, this picture of common interest. Now, double uterus, double vagina, uterus, dilatus. The complaint that is managed on third year. Not with so you have to do regular examination and also a vaginal examination, and you will find out across this type of the small contact but you will think you personal you will get the do a CT scan and another thing really measure now double uterus and single vagina. By parting the part is not gap. Now, bypass is very hard. Small group, with a small group there, we have got it. That's it. Now, this is the chapter. This is not about what cavity. Now, this is important. Now, this is the structure I have drawn. That full using market give a birth to a child. Because anatomically using organs, but the growth and development of the important users was okay to conceive and deliver a full term child.
That is
Now, whenever the opening is outside, the lateral wall is major part is the opening remains of upper part by vertebral, down element of the lower part. Now, the similarly vertebral descent of justice. Now, similarly, the ovary descent. Right side, Medical College of Shaikia. Yes. Top man. Next week, I do have my camera today and one table. And in those days, final anesthesia from one day. 30 years back. Final anesthesia from one day.
Today's class is going to be something different because of this arrangement that we are having out here. Alright? So, my first point in today's class is it is very interesting to notice why the suprarenals are unable to produce spots. Suprarenals are unable to produce spots. This sentence might be astonishing for you and also for you also. Why? What is the connection between the suprarenals and the germ cell producer? Do you have any idea? Have you ever got any idea regarding this aspect of suprarenals? No. Isn't it? And my firm belief is there that the suprarenals would have produced the spark. So the question is, how we will or we are going to discuss the thing is that how we are going to discuss this aspect of suprarenal glands, why we study the histology of suprarenals. Alright. What is important to notice? This aspect of cell. Welcome. Recording. This will be interesting for you to discuss this aspect while we go through the histology of suprarenals. Isn't it? The nomenclature suprarenals are not perfect. It should be called perirenal body or at least adrenal, because never and never the suprarenal always sits on the kidneys. They don't sit on the kidney wall. They are found in the vicinity of the kidney. And in case of animal kingdom, other animals, it is always termed perirenal body. So, suprarenal gland is not a good term. You should try out for adrenal glands. That means in the adjoining area of, in the vicinity of the kidneys. Right? Now, if you go through the histology of suprarenal, what will you find? You will find, like any other glands in our body, two zones. That is the cortex and medulla. Alright. But in the cortical region, we see exactly the fungal mycelium structure, the hyphae, and the spore-bearing sporangium. Pods of cells. Within the secondary are pods of cells. Okay, just like the hyphae, just like the fungal hyphae. There pods of cells, and this acidic may be seen attached with this structure. This may be seen as a continuity of this structure, this acidic structure. So how does it look like? Hyphae and the sporangium, isn't it? Now, if you add the rest part, that is its terminal end, so this pattern of reticulation. So, this kind of fungus, say for Penicillium protector, what is carried in these? Polyvera right? It is polyvera and some germ cells. Alright. Non-sterile part and sterile part. Equivalent part, but I can see. এখানে আমি কি দেখতে পাচ্ছি? একটা জাম প্লাজমিড কিছু আছে, ঠিক আছে? তার সঙ্গে একটা ইকুইলিব্রিয়াম cells, individual cells which could have these like what? Germ cells. কি বললাম তোমাকে? যেগুলো কিনা germ cells দিতে পারে। আদৌ দেয় কিনা? In human body, whether they produce germ cells or not, in whatever form, and synthetic agent or whatever, that we do. But thing is that this structure resembles our architecture that is capable of forming germinal cells and subsequent cells. বলে গেল কথা, ঠিক আছে? তাহলে এইটা আমার কি দাঁড়ালো? This part is the solar fasciculus. This part is the solar glomerulus. Alright, and this part is the solar reticulum. What my point? And below this base that the fungi has grown. What it attracts? Food materials, bleaching, carbon dioxide. Anybody else? Nothing to hold with? Whatever be the source, base source, it may be starch, it may be resources, or it may be proteins, but it must be laden with minerals. It must be laden with minerals. When it is absent, put some fresh oil, fresh bread. Can the fungus go over there? Or begin? No. When the putrefaction starts, alright, and the surface structures, it can be surface materials, it can be added. Till the minerals are added within this material. Alright, either into degradation or putrefaction or from the base to that is ground. Alright, so this part is minerals, not the point. So the internal medulla always also remains for a source of minerals that reaches to it by the innumerable blood vessels, which are a bit greater diameter. They cannot be blood vessels for it. You know the basement membrane. Fine capillaries. Alright, lymphatics are posterior. In this part, you will get the lymphatics, the capillaries, as well as the blood. Alright, here, this part. In the medulla, you will get blood vessels, large lymphatics, large artery. So the medulla is gone. You know, if you go for a somewhat more detail, you will find these cells. হবে এবং কম্পিটিটিভ হয় কেন because it is detached from this the other part is lying here so it looks like inverted tube shape you know that inverted tube shape হলো না full complete acyclic group ঠিক আছে because the space part it has been torn ছিঁড়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে ঠিক আছে এরপর যেন বেরিয়ে গেছে এইগুলো কি হয় লোয়ার পার্টটা একটা গ্যাপ থাকে তাহলে এটা ইনভার্টেড টিউব শেপে ঢুকে হলো and here you will find some sequences in this pattern you will get these cells are polyhedral maybe columnar or cubical varied cells according to the activity of the cell alright but the cells individual cells but these cells will be deep with these organelles cell organelles से reach होगा अभी रोज बोली थी राफ और स्पूच राफ what else and volume all the apparatus okay it is rough endoplasm particular means which criteria makes কোন criteria দিয়ে আমরা বলতে পারি যে এটা স্মুথ এন্ডোপ্লাজমিক রেটিকুলার সার্কিট ডমিনেন্ট ভলিয়া প্যাটার্ন সার্কিট কোন criteria দিয়ে বহুবার আমি है আমি কোশ্চেনটা ওরা করছি না আমি কোশ্চেন আই টু আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড দ্য কোশ্চেন কি বললাম পুরো একটা সেলের ঠিক আছে সিকুয়েশন হ্যাঁ কি নেচার অফ সিগনেচার কি তৈরি করে
যদি এটা স্টেরয়েড লিপিড সিকুয়েশন আর
লিপিড yes পড়ে দাও আচ্ছা I will go through this okay so this part we see in between these columns of or pods of cells there are sinusoids here we see small capillaries and here we see more larger capillaries lymphatic and here we see much larger capillaries cells and lymphatic cells done this part alright now how to identify these cells are distributed these cells are distributed but these reticulations of cells are basically basically if not there will be basically stained membrane-bound granules in their cells যদি ওদের আমি বেসিক্যালি নাও দেখতে পাই but you will be able to find highly stained granules membrane-bound granules deeply stained membrane-bound granules whereas these cells are smaller these are somewhat larger these cells are smaller they have granular cytoplasm these also have cytoplasmic granules these cells also have cytoplasmic granules but these cells have the pigments this might have some pigments alright এইবার আরেকটা কি বললাম না এইগুলোতে মাইক্রোভিলিজ আছে অ্যাক্টিভলি সিক্রেটিং সেলস ঠিক আছে মাইক্রোভিলিজ আছে অ্যাক্টিভলি সিক্রেটিং সেলস আবার জন্য এই সেলসগুলো ঠিক আছে আবার জন্য এই সেলসগুলো কি হয় ওদের যে নিউক্লিয়াস থাকে পিগমেন্টিক থাকে হ্যাঁ পিগমেন্টিক থাকে when inactive পিগমেন্টিক মানে লাম্প ক্রোমাটিক chronic pigmented is slump when they are active you will find pigmented nuclei look like closed base nuclei এই বলেছি কথাটা closed base nuclei and open base nuclei ঠিক আছে open base nuclei means when they are active their nuclear material is released from compaction they are released so you will find a laughing face and a monospace monospace nuclei means a monospace deeply stained and vesicular laughing face is the open face इलेक्ट्रॉन माइक्रोस्कोप है इलेक्ट्रॉन माइक्रोस्कोप देखते हैं chromatin uncoiled electron microscope open phase and closed phase are like microscopic features যখন ক্রোমাটিনটা ক্লাম থাকে তখন তুমি ডিপ লাইক পিক্রোটিক নিউক্লিয়াস তুমি দেখতে পাবে ডিপ লিস্টে, ঠিক আছে? তাহলে ওখান দিয়ে লাইট পাস করবে না, কার লাগবে তোমার? আর যখন ওপেন পেজ অর্থাৎ ভেতরে ক্রোমাটিন টিউবগুলো যখন আনকয়েল থাকে তখন দিয়ে লাইট পাস করবে, তোমার এটাকে মনে হবে কি এফ্রেন্ড হবে, ঠিক আছে? একটা সাইটোপ্লাজমিক প্লেন, এটা সাইটোপ্লাজমিক প্লেন, ঠিক আছে? Coil chromatin nucleus is deeper into this, and the open vesicular nucleus is somewhat like this. It is imagination from the cell surface. It is open and vesicular. And if এটা কি সাইটোপ্লাজমের মধ্যে সাবমার্জ রয়েছে, আর এটা জানো হ্যাঁ নিচেটা পিক্রোটিক মানে তো যখন টাইম ক্রোমাটিনগুলো পুরো ক্লাম্প করে গিয়েছে তখন তাকে পিক্রোটিক না, কোনোরকমই ক্লাম্প মানে তোমার কাছে ইউক্রোমাটিন নেই, হেটেরোক্রোমাটিন, ঠিক আছে? হেটেরোক্রোমাটিন নেই, দিস ইজ ইউক্রোমাটিন, ঠিক আছে? বুঝলে? and this group, that is the fasciculator, has lipid droplets, much lipid droplets. So lipid doesn't take hematoxin using stain. Lipid ki level hai, hematoxin using stain level hai. Rather, this will make the cells to appear vacuolated or clear. इसका मतलब है vacuolated or clear. ठीक है जी? These lipid droplets are somewhat present in this part and very rarely present in this part. Alright, so they are much prominent, they are a little more pale in vacuolated spaces, and this is somewhat less pale. Most pale these cells, least pale these cells, somewhat in between are these cells. Good. এরপরে তুমি যে এগুলো স্মলার এগুলো লাগবে, ঠিক আছে? the columnar extension or the length extension are present in these micellar cells. বুঝে গেল? আর মেটালা যেমন হয় তেমন হয়, ঠিক আছে? all the metallas are more or less common. Metallar character common. Somebody please say me the character of metal. And what is important? আমি কি বললাম? আজকে ডিসকাশনটা আমি how did I start? Actually, analogy I feel. Number one, suprarenal. Suprarenal, adrenal or perirenal. Alright, it is basically a perirenal body. Suprarenal liver and liver sits always on the top of the kidney. And that's why I have seen many anatomists unable to find the suprarenal. কোথায় আছে? চলো এখানে কুচিয়ে কোথায় চলো? কিডনির মাথায়? যা This is basically a perirenal body. This should be better termed as adrenal. The second comment I make the second comment you can see. I am astonished and you will be also astonished why these cells don't make spark plugs. What? Don't have this like bomb also. Bomb is not included. I mentioned only bomb because its architecture resembles that of the micellar fungi. Alright, showing the cornea like epithelium and the fossil. But you can take care of story. Yellow jar, yellow. Why? Alright, it would have our discuss next part. বুঝে দিই এটা আরো অনেক কথা আরো অনেক ডেসক্রিপশন দেওয়া যায় এক্সেল কি অনেক তেমন অনেক কিছু পড়ে তোমাদের এখন মনে থাকে এইগুলো পড়ো, আবার যখন তোমরা যখন রেনালস পড়বে আর কি, ঠিক আছে? আগে লোকেশন বললে প্রথমে এক্সটেন্ড বলতে হয়, কোথায় আছে, কোন জায়গা থেকে কতটা আছে। C7 সার্ভাইকাল ফ্যাক্টর, C7 সার্ভাইকাল লোকেশন মানে সেটাই। আমরা অ্যানাটমির লোক তো, এটা হচ্ছে টিস্যু প্লেন বলি, কোন প্লেনে আছে, এটা স্কিন, তারপর সাবকিউটেনিয়াস ভাষা, তারপর ডিপ ভাষা, এর উপর কোন প্লেনটা আছে ডিজিটা বলতে হবে। হ্যাঁ, তো একটু বেশি একটু যদি আমি জিজ্ঞেস করি, ঠিক আছে, ওই যদি আমি জিজ্ঞেস করি এই অ্যাবসেসটা কোথায় হয়েছে, একটা প্যারাইটাল অ্যাবসেস নিয়ে এসেছে একটা পেশেন্ট, এটা প্যারাইটাল অ্যাবসেস নিয়ে এসেছে, আমি তো জিজ্ঞেস করবো না কোন লেয়ারে আছে, তোমার বিশাল ভাষার মধ্যে রয়েছে না তোমার স্কিনের সাবকিউটেনিয়াস নার্ভাল লেভেলে রয়েছে, ইন্টারনাল লেভেলে রয়েছে, সাবকিউটেনিয়াস মানে সুপারফিশিয়াল ভাষার লেভেলে রয়েছে, নাকি এক্সটার্নাল লেভেলে রয়েছে, অর দ্য স্পেস বিটুইন এক্সটার্নাল এবং ইন্টারনাল তার মধ্যে রয়েছে, তার মধ্যে আছে, ঠিক আছে? এই যে তোমাদের পড়ালাম প্রসেসর ভেজাইল, এখানে পড়ে ওই পর্যন্ত পুলিয়েছিলেন ছেড়ে দিয়েছি, তাই না? এখানে এই ডিপ্রেশনটা হচ্ছে প্রসেসর ভেজাইল, ইন্টারনাল কেমিক্যাল, দিস ইজ প্যারাইটাল কেমিক্যাল, কি প্যারাইটাল কেমিক্যাল, এইখানটা টেস্টিং, ঠিক আছে? তার একটা আমি বললাম পুরো পর্দা পর টেস্টিস হয় ওরা কিন্তু দাবি আর এগুলো আছে না, ঠিক আছে? এখানটা থেকে তো তৈরি হয় এই যে পুরো এই পোড়াটা দিক তো ওপরেও আছে নিচেও আছে, তাই তো বলেছি এই উপরের পার্ট আর কভার পার্ট পুরোটা তো আর কিডনি হবে টেস্টিস হয়, এটা পার্টিকুলার রিজিয়নে, তাহলে এই টিস্যুটা কি হয়, এটাও সাসপেনশনারি লিগামেন্ট হয়, এটা কোয়াড হয়, কিন্তু না উপরটা কি বস্তু আগে তো সাসপেনশনারি লিগামেন্ট পড়, তারপরে ওটা ক্রিমেস্টার না কি পড়ে যায় হলো, তাহলে এইটা ঘুমানো হলো, ঠিক আছে? এর উপরে এই একটা, ঠিক আছে, এর সঙ্গে একটা পার্ট লেগে থাকে, ঠিক আছে, আর একটা এর উপরে চলে যাচ্ছে, ঠিক আছে? এবারে এইটা তো আবার বানাবে, এইটা তো আমার এর উপরে ওটা ধরো দেখে নিচে না, তার ডিফারেন্ট ব্যান্ডস আছে, ব্যান্ডস অফ লকিং পড়েছিস তোরা? ডিসেন্ট অফ টেস্টিস, ডিসেন্ট অফ ও কাউকে পড়ি এনি, ঠিক আছে? সেই এই ব্যান্ডস গুলো আছে, এগুলো আছে, তাই তো? এবারে এর সঙ্গে সঙ্গে একটা পাউচ এর উপরে নেমে আসে, সঙ্গে সঙ্গে একটা পাউচ এর উপরে নেমে আসে, ঠিক আছে? এই পাউচটা একে লাইন করে না লাইন করে, টেস্টিসকে লাইন করে না লাইন করে, টুনিকা ভেজাইল, টুনিকা সেটা একটা আলাদা সেকেন্ড মতো, এটা প্রসেসর ভেজাইল আছে না, সেটাকে টুনিকা ভেজাইল বলে। এই কোশ্চেনটা কি করছিস বলছিস? I have asked whether this tunica venalis gives something to line the testis or not, or it is completely separated from the testicular folds. কোশ্চেনটা আমি কি করছি সেটা আমি সেপারেট নয়, লাইন করে হাউ হাউ আমি তো সেটাই তো জিজ্ঞেস করছি। So when we ask about any organ or something, we need to know location, the place, because otherwise we will not be able to handle it during any interview. Vesicle করার সময় পারবে না, ফ্লুইড করার জন্য পারবে না, আদার অপারেশন কার্ডিয়াক হাইড্রোসিল আর আদার অপারেশন সেগুলো তুমি হ্যান্ডেল করতে পারবে না। কেন? তুমি যদি ওই লোকেশনটা জানো না, জানো কোথায় আছে, ঠিক আছে? আমি রোজ গালাগাল দিলে আজকেও দিলাম না, কি বলো সুপ্রাজেনাল বলার কোনো মানে হয় না, ডিসপ্লেনিয়া পেনিনসুলার বডি অথবা অ্যাড্রেনাল বলা উচিত, দিলাম কি না গালাগাল, আমি ঠিক সেরকম করেই গালাগাল লোকেশনটা বলে জানি নেবো, দেখেও নিলাম, ঠিক আছে? খুব পাকা বাঁশ দিয়ে বাড়ি বেদ না, বল আরে ভাই থাইরয়েডের লোকেশন তোমরা একটু টাইমে নিশ্চয়ই জানো, এক চ্যাপ্টারটা আছে লোয়ার নিয়ে Now, just tell me, what is the shape of thyroid? Butterfly. Any other reason? দুটো চাপ 500 বছর পর 2000 বছর বাটারফ্লাই ওরা দেখেছে বাটারফ্লাই এর মতো ঠিক আছে জীবনে আমার সামনে বাটারফ্লাই সে বলবে কেন বলবো বল ছাড় এসব সেই ডিসকাশনে গেলে কমপ্লিকেটেড হবে বলো বাটারফ্লাই বলবে এনিথিং এলস এনি আইডিয়া ছেড়ে দিয়ে আমি কোশ্চেনটা আনসার আমাদের উপরে আর কোনো কিছু বলে না না কিছু তো কাজ দিতে হবে প্রেজেন্টেশন কাজ বসে আছে ঠিক আছে remember this is within the lower part of neck between 2 layers of pre-cranial fascia এটা বলে আমি একটু বড় কাজ করলাম না তারপরে নেক করতে তো এমনি জানবে ঠিক আছে 2 layers of pre-cranial fascia মধ্যে একটা গ্ল্যান্ড আছে ঠিক আছে the question is whether I can include এতক্ষণে কি করলাম আমরা সেই রেনল ভাষা পড়েছি ও লেয়ারের সাথে টু ক্যাপসুল ফার্স্ট ক্যাপসুল করেছি আইদার ওই লেয়ারের সাথে অ্যাটাচ অর ওর বাইরে একটা ক্যাপসুল করেছি আমরা প্রসপেক্ট করেছি না টু ক্যাপসুল ফার্স্ট ক্যাপসুল টু ক্যাপসুলটা ওয়ান ওর লেয়ারের মধ্যে ফার্স্ট ক্যাপসুলটা বাইরে তাই না এখানেও এই যে তোমার প্রিটেকিয়াল ভাষাটা দ্যাট ইজ মেকিং দ্য ফার্স্ট ক্যাপসুল and the glandular cortex is compacted to form the true capsule বুঝলে গেল এবারে in case of prostate we have found the blood vessels between this true capsule and false capsule so surgery on prostate is tough when you touch and tear the space between the true and false capsule what will happen there will be torrential bleeding and the space is so narrow and inaccessible you will not be able to collapse the vessels, tie out or somewhat compress the vessels. So the prostate will not be able to handle if bleeding occurs. এটা দিয়ে ঢুকবে টেস্ট করার জন্য ইন্ডিকেট করার জন্য or temporary চেপে যাবে you will not get the space so there will be potential in case of thyroid these blood vessels are beneath the true capsule not within these two layers alright it also poses a problem because this organ frequently undergoes thyroidectomy. Okay? In case of prostate, we just want to remove some of the glandular structure. But in case of thyroid, what we do? We do either a thyroidectomy or a total thyroidectomy, keeping a posterior part where the parathyroid glands are located. Alright, so we will split the particular thyroid আমরা তুলি ঠিক আছে তাহলে থাইরয়েড টিস্যুর মধ্যেও যদি ব্লাড ভেসেলস থাকে দ্যাটস অ্যানাদার প্রবলেম ফর থাইরয়েড ঠিক আছে যখন থাইরয়েড করবে তখন এটা বুঝবে ঠিক আছে এগুলো জ্ঞান করে বেশি কথা বলা না সলভ নাও হোয়াট ইজ দ্য স্ট্রাকচার অফ থাইরয়েড স্ট্রাকচার অফ থাইরয়েড পিটুইটারি again this two capsules sending for any glandular organ sending fiber sector. Alright. And this fiber sector are for the small organisms which are globules. These globules show what? The follicular organization of epithelial cells. What is that? Follicular organization of the epithelial cells. Why we call it as follicular organization? We get acinar bone, alveolar bone. এটাকে ফলিকুলার বলছি না ডাক নেই বলে হ্যাঁ ডাক নেই বলে একই কথা তোমার মাথায় ঢুকে অ্যাসিডে তো ডাক থাকে হ্যাঁ অ্যাসিডে তো ডাক এইগুলোতে ডাক থাকে ফলিকুলার মানে ডাক থাকে আর কিছু বলো আমি জানি তুমি এটা জানো আই তো দ্যাট ইউ বলো এনিথিং এলস ঠিক আছে কিছু তো বলো তোমরা ঠিক আছে আদারওয়াইজ দিস ইন্টারেস্টিং ইজ if I don't receive any vibes from you, positive vibes, how can I expand my discussion? How can I, what the discussion might enter in newer places by talking to you? If I don't receive any positive vibes from you, how can I get into this? of my own organism come out and becoming thin and full here. And I am like receiving body height. The center of secretion cut like in the center there will be some secretion. Okay. And these follicular cells are somewhat scattered, not showing any particular organizational structure. কোনো organizational structure এর মধ্যে এগুলোকে দেখতে পাওয়া যায় না। ঠিক আছে? বুঝলে? দেখা যায়। যদি ঠিক আছে, যদি কোনো organizational structure এর মধ্যে দেখা যেত তাহলে আমি আরো কিছু কমেন্ট করতাম। যেহেতু এটা দেখতে পাওয়া যায় না তার জন্য আমি আরো কিছু কমেন্ট করতে পারি। কথাটা বুঝলেন? এটা যেমন তোমার হাইটের মধ্যে দেখতে মতো বলে আমি একটা কমেন্ট করি। ঠিক আছে? ওটা যদি ওরকম রেটিকুলার বলে আমি একটা কমেন্ট করি। পার্টিকুলার কোনো যদি শেপ যদি না থাকে তাহলে আমার একটা কমেন্ট বাকি হয়ে গেল। ঠিক আছে? In between the follicles, there will be some spaces which are filled with the gland stroma, with blood vessels and other elements. And here we will find another type of cells which are called light here or the parafollicular cells. Alright. Within the follicles, we see the dimensions of the individual epithelial cells vary. If it is too active, then this will be columnar, moderately active, this will be tubular, and if these are filled with the secretion and the activity is reduced, this will look like the lining follicular epithelial cells will look like swarm. Most of them, and the follicles will be filled with secretion. That is the thyroid thyroid বেশি সেলগুলো স্কোয়ামাস টাইপ ঠিক আছে জাস্ট রেস্টিং অন আ বেসমেন্ট মেমব্রেন ঠিক আছে and this basement membrane is not the typical basement membrane as you have seen in kidney and other stuff. These are like some basal laminar means কি basal laminar তে কি আছে কিছু collagen fibers খুব কম থাকে elastic laminar থাকে আর reticular fibers which is the property of a gland. বুঝলেন তারপরে parafollicular cells or C cells that can be found in between the follicles as well as in the basement membrane. Really, but these cells are shorter. In case of basement membrane, these cells are shorter. They don't reach up to the lumen, and they are devoid of the typical appearance of microvilli. Above the microvilli. ঠিক আছে যেমন ওই ধরো থাইরয়েডের ক্যাপিটালের থেকে তোমার থোড়া গ্লোমেরুলোর সাথে বললাম ঠিক আছে থোড়া গ্লোমেরুলোর সাথে বললাম তাহলে ইউ শেপের টিউব পেলাম এটা বমেন ক্যাপসুল ঠিক আছে তারপর থেকে ব্যাকটেরিয়াটা পাবো অর্থাৎ that will enter as what গ্লোমেরুলোর সাথে এই ইউ শেপের টিউবটা আমি বললাম কেন সেলুলার এপিথেলিয়ামটা বললাম কেন এই যে একটা কি বমেন ক্যাপসুলের মতো আর এখানে বাকি যা কিছু উঠবে লুক লাইক গ্লোমেরুলার that's why it is zonal glomerulus. That is my point. ঠিক আছে এবার এইখানে এই যে সেলস গুলো they won't reach up to the lumen. ঠিক আছে and they will be devoid of microvilli. তাদের কাছে অত microvilli থাকে না ঠিক আছে দুটো লোকেশনে পাবো and they are light and clear. These are called parafollicular cells. ঠিক আছে আর তোমরা টু ক্যাপসুল parafollicular cells and the follicular cells. তোমরা থাইরয়েড নিয়ে ওগুলো তোমরা জানো ঠিক আছে ওগুলো তোমরা জানো যে যে সেলগুলো এরকম সিক্রেট করে তাদের রাফিনার করে যেগুলো প্রমিনেন্ট বডিগুলার বডি কমপ্লেক্স থাকে ঠিক আছে একটা লং চেন অ্যামিনো অ্যাসিড দিয়ে একটা বড় প্রোটিন তৈরি হয় তার কিছু সাইড চেইনস থাকে কিছু অ্যাডিশনস থাকে যেগুলো বডি পাসেস টু রাফিনার বডি রেডিকুলার ইট ইজ ক্লিপ and finally it comes to the Golgi apparatus for glycosylation. Is a mucoprotein, so there is a need to add some carbohydrates to it, which occurs in the Golgi apparatus. As these, so Golgi apparatus also needs to be enlarged and flourished, and you will find a nuclear halo because the Golgi contains the carbohydrate protein which are bright in case of hematoxylin, eosin or other schemes. It is more bright because the nuclear halo. Well, that's why vesicles biology college for it. They call the endostosis of the material, which is again reuptaken, and the hormone secreted product gets into the cells and released into the capillary. You know what slide there. Alright, elongated cilia, seems to know the elongated cilia there. Then it again resembles genital lining. Genital lining is key. Uterus lining, prepubital key হয়, hairy হয়, ঠিক আছে? আমাদের genital duct, এইসব ঠিক আছে? এমনকি seminiferous tubule, এগুলো hairy হয় না? সমস্ত internally. তাহলে এরাও যদি এত hairy হয়, that character on the germ cells, alright, increases the breakage rate. Who elongated? ये बढ़िया है, ठीक है? The top of the evolution and the top of it. So that arekta kichu ache, ami aro pore debo. Actually pore debo. ठीक है? Poro.
All of you clear your happening first. All of you. Because this is integrated seminar. Understand? You know the meaning of the seminar? Those students who are going to present a topic, I think they are to be compacting on this topic. They are very knowledgeable person that he have all the knowledge regarding this topic. Understand? And you all are you are listening carefully all the seminar, appreciate your colleagues, and when the seminar is completed, if you have any queries, then you will ask. Frankly, you will ask the queries with the candidate. Okay. And this is 10-mark presentation. I will give you the mark by realizations. Okay. And from all of you, one of the students came here and just give the introduction about this seminar day. Understand? Why we are gathered here and name of the student with topic who are going to be present here. Understand what I say? One students comes, those who are not giving presentation today.
Good afternoon everybody. Today we are gathered here for the biochem seminar.
So we are gathered here for the biochem presentation, and the first topic is transport, which is going to be presented by Priyadashini Paul and Swanendu Pore.
Today our topic is transport across membranes, and I hope you like it. Okay, so cell transport is mainly of two types: passive transport and active transport. Under passive transport, there are mainly three types: simple diffusion, osmosis, and precipitated diffusion. And under active transport, we have pump and vesicle. Under pump, we have primary pump and secondary pump. And under vesicle, we have two types: exocytosis and endocytosis. And under endocytosis, we have pinocytosis, phagocytosis, and receptor mediated. So, what is passive transport? So, in passive transport, there are simple diffusion through lipid layer. You can see that here, this is the plasma membrane, and this is the condition inside of the cell, and this is the condition outside the cell. Here, the solid particles are less, and here there are more solid particles. So, let's see what exactly is simple diffusion, which falls under passive transport. The simple diffusion is the movement of particles from high to low concentration without the protein as a transporter. Okay, so since the movement of particles occurs from high concentration to low concentration, and here outside the cell there are high concentration of particles, so the movement of particles will be from outside of the cell to inside of the cell. Okay, so what are the factors affecting the diffusion? Lipid solubility. The non-polar or lipid molecules are easily transported across the cell membrane, and the polar membrane cannot transfer from easily across the cell membrane. What are the examples of lipid molecules like butter, ghee? These are the examples. They can move freely across the membrane. Other factors affecting the rate of diffusion is molecular size and weight, temperature. Higher the temperature, higher will be the rate of diffusion. Surface area, thickness of membrane. More the surface area, more will be the rate of diffusion. Concentration gradient will be from higher concentration to lower concentration. And in case of pressure and electrical gradient, in electrical gradient it will move from positive to negative. Now, Fick's law of diffusion. Where is it used? Fick's law of diffusion is used in the diffusion of molecules across in solid state. The diffusion of molecules in solid state. And this is the equation of Fick's law of diffusion, where Q is the net rate of diffusion, del C is the change in concentration gradient of the substance, P is the permeability of membrane to the substance, A is the surface area, and MW is the molecular weight of substance, and del X is the change in thickness of distance. Okay. So now coming to facilitated diffusion, the movement of particles from high to lower concentration using a protein. In simple diffusion, there is no use of protein, but in facilitated diffusion, we need a transporter. So there are two kinds, one through channel protein and one by current protein. In the next slide, we will see how it occurs in current protein. Okay, so this is the mechanism of the current protein. Yeah, so this is how the mechanism of current protein works. Okay, what are the examples of facilitated diffusion? Transport of glucose, amino acids, galactose, etc. in the peripheral cells, or counter transport of Ci and HCO3 in renal tubules. Diffusion, it occurs to the lipid bilayer of cell membrane. In simple diffusion, we don't need any kind of transporter. It occurs freely. The movement of molecules occurs freely across the cell membrane. But in facilitated diffusion, it occurs through transmembrane proteins. And what are the different types of proteins? Threaded protein and channel protein. Okay, so and these are the other differences between simple or basic diffusion and facilitated diffusion. Okay, what is osmosis? When two solutions of different concentrations are separated by a semi-permeable membrane, impermeable to solute, permeable to water, water molecules diffuse from solution having less concentration of solute to the solution having higher concentration of solute. So the movement is from the lesser concentration of solute to the higher concentration of solute. And this is how it occurs. This is the solute particles. Here, these less number of particles, and here it is more number of solute particles. So it will the movement will occur from movement of solvent will occur from lesser to higher concentration. Also, what is osmotic pressure? It is the minimum pressure applied on the solution with higher concentration, which prevents osmosis. The minimum pressure which is required for the prevention of osmosis is called osmotic pressure. What is the unit of osmotic pressure? It's measured in osmoles or milliosmoles. And what is 1 osmole? 1 osmole is the total number of particles in gram molecular. Okay, and what is there are 3 kinds of osmotic solutions: isotonic solution, hypertonic solution, and hypertonic solution. In isotonic solution, these are solutions having equal osmotic pressure. That is, the concentration in the outside the cell is equal to the concentration inside the cell. So the cell remains in a constant state. And in hypertonic solution, you can see in the next slide that in hypertonic solution, the concentration is greater outside the cell and it's lesser inside the cell. So the water will move from outside to inside of the cell membrane, resulting in the expansion of cell and finally lysis of the cell. What is the example of hypertonic solution? RBC swell and hemolysis may occur. If RBC is kept in hypertonic solution, the water will move into RBC and it may cause the cell to expand and lysis of RBC, which occurs in hemolysis. In isotonic solution, as I said, equal concentration outside and inside of the cell. And in hypertonic solution, the concentration is greater inside the cell than outside. As a result, water moves out from the cell, causing shrinking of the cell. So the examples are basically shrinks because water moves out. Okay, and this is just the example of different types of membrane transport. You can see that this is the hydrophobic part, and this is the hydrophilic part, where the head of the phospholipid is away from here and towards the extracellular membrane, and hydrophobic tail, it is inside is between the layer. And this is the facilitated diffusion, where membrane transport is needed, and this is primary active transport, where active transport I will give the mic to my partner Shaurindu, and he will explain what is active transport. But active transport is where energy is needed. We need ATP for the movement of particles across the cell membrane. Okay, so next.
Slide on the difference between simple diffusion, facilitated diffusion, and active transport. Now we are seeing that in simple diffusion, ATP is not required. Similarly, in facilitated transport also we don't require any energy, as they are being transported by the carrier proteins. But in active transport, we do require an energy. And now, moreover, the driving forces are like, in diffusion is downhill process, so its concentration gradient only. In the facilitated transport also, the driving forces are concentrated, the concentration gradient, and it is downhill. But in case of active transport, it is the energy which comes from ATP, and it is an uphill process. Now, membrane protein requirement is not required in diffusion, but in active transport and facilitated transport both require a membrane protein, carrier protein basically. Transport saturates, it saturates in active and the facilitated diffusion, while in normal diffusion protein is not there, so it doesn't require. And the selective nature, it is highly selective in case of facilitated transport as well as active transport. But in case of normal diffusion, it is not non-selective in nature. Now, active transport. Active transport is basically of 4 types. Like, one is primary active transport, secondary active transport, endocytosis, and exocytosis. And in endocytosis, there are 2 things. One is the phagocytosis, with which the cell would remove the contents, and another is pinocytosis, of water will enter into the cell. And that one, phagocytosis, was that the cell would engulf foreign particles. Okay. So now, peculiarities of active transport. Like, first of all, active transport is carrier mediated, and also since energy is required, the rate of transport would be very much higher as comparable to diffusion. As simple diffusion is a very slow process. Now, this thing though we know that transport takes place against electrochemical gradient, then expenditure of energy, and now substances transported. So the ions like sodium, potassium, then chloride, then glucose. Now there are 3 types. Like, one is sodium potassium ATPase form, which is very famous, and then there is hydrogen H plus K plus ATPase form, which is present in our parietal cells, the oxygenated cells of stomach, and the third is sarca, which is sarcoplasmic endoplasmic reticulum calcium ATPase form. Now it is written that inner surface of carrier mold has ATPase, which is activated by attachment of specific ions and causes the hydrolysis of ATP molecules to provide the energy. And this energy released from the ATP helps the ions to move against the concentration gradient. Now, sodium potassium ATPase form. Sodium potassium ATPase form basically works in our nerves, in the neurons, as well as in our it mainly works in the neurons and it is present in nearly all cells. And in this ATPase pump, basically 3 sodium goes out and 2 potassium comes in. And now this maintains a potential difference, means it maintains a negative potential of minus 70 millivolt inside the cell, means intracellularly. And now this was the process, and thus it creates a high concentration of potassium inside, as it is against the concentration gradient, since sodium is greater outside the cell and potassium is higher inside the cell, concentration terms. And also there are certain negatively charged proteins also which are present inside the cell which cause the negativity to increase. This is the mechanism. Now sodium potassium pump is one of the major energy using processes in the body and accounts for a large part of basal metabolism. The regulation of sodium potassium pump. So sodium potassium pump can be regulated in various ways. Most important, which I know basically, is the renin-angiotensin aldosterone mechanism. In that one, when the aldosterone which is there, it is secreted from the adrenal cortex of zona glomerulosa, that helps in basically increasing the sodium reabsorption from in the DCT and the connecting tubules, and dopamine inhibits the pump, while thyroid hormones also help in increasing the activity, and insulin increases pump activity, and digitalis is a drug which is present in the cardiac muscles, and it prevents the sodium potassium, it inhibits the sodium potassium pump so that more sodium concentration increases inside the cell, and hence calcium can enter via the calcium sodium exchanger which is present beside it, and it helps in muscular contraction of the heart to regain its contractile state. And this is the calcium pump which is present in the membrane of endoplasmic reticulum and cell membrane. It is basically a uniport carrier because there are no more ions there, and it helps to maintain low calcium concentration in the intracellular fluid. And now primary active transport versus secondary active transport. Primary active transport involves the movement of molecules against the concentration gradient by expenditure of energy. But secondary active transport is basically a special type of primary active transport in which the energy is provided by energy for that transport is provided by the concentration gradient of the other. And in primary a single molecule is transported, while in secondary 2 molecules are transported. And primary active transport utilizes energy, and that utilizes energy from the primary active transport. And in ions like sodium, potassium and calcium are transported across the membrane in primary active transport, while in that ions serve as driving molecules, while ion or other molecules serve as driven molecules. And transmembrane proteins are unique to the ion transported through them. Sympaths and antipodes are 2 types of transmembrane proteins. Now the examples, as I have already told about primary active transport, and the in case of secondary active transport, there is basically the calcium sodium exchanger in heart muscles, while there is the sodium phosphate co-transporter and also the sodium glucose co-transporter which is present in the PCT, and also the sodium hydrogen co-transporter. Now this is the diagram of the way how it is transported. Sodium potassium pump on basal side, electrochemical gradient for sodium on luminal side, and carrier mediated transporter SGLT1 which is present in the PCT through the apical membrane. The transport of glucose by facilitated diffusion or through basal cell. There is a difference between uniport, symport and antiport. Now, an integral membrane protein which transports a single layer of substrate species across the cell membrane is uniport, and symport is another integral membrane protein involved in the transport of two different molecules in the same direction through the cell membrane, and antiport is they travel in opposite direction, two ions basically. And basically these things are already done, so I am not going to say more about this. Only the examples are here important, like uniport is channel proteins, while symport is sodium glucose importer, and while antiport is sodium hydrogen antiporter. Now, this is the mechanism. And endocytosis versus exocytosis. Endocytosis involved in the uptaking of substances from external environment, while exocytosis is basically the elimination or the regurgitation from the secretion of and contents in Golgi into the external environment. An endocytic vesicle is formed surrounding the foreign substance. The vesicle containing the waste is fused with the plasma membrane in case of exocytosis. And endocytosis occurs by both phagocytosis and pinocytosis, while that one is basically a secretory pathway. And internal vesicles like phagosomes are involved, and in that secretory vesicles are formed. And engulfing bacteria by phagocytosis, which is very famous, and it's an example of basically neutrophils in our blood and also macrophages in the tissues. And releasing of hormones out of the cell is an example of exocytosis. And this is endocytosis and phagocytosis. This is the diagram. Solid particle. Spinocytosis, and that one is receptor-mediated endocytosis. That's the coated protein, that's the coated vesicle, and this is a plasma membrane, pseudoprotein. I don't know. Now, but still, since the slide is there, what can I do? Now, endocytosis is the packaging of extracellular materials into a vesicle for transport into the cell. Now, receptor-mediated endocytosis is the receptor protein, the vesicle containing the target molecules. The examples are there, like cholesterol, iron, ions are transported. And in pinocytosis, vesicles form at the plasma membrane and bring small molecules into the cells. This is called cell drinking. And factors affecting rate, stimulus and mechanism, what under substances followed extracellular fluid with dissolved molecules such as nutrient. And phagocytosis I am not going to say because for a long time I am saying about it. Thank you.
Okay, the first thing for you are presenting here presentation first time. So first of all, you arrange your collar. You look like taking a vasuli from all of you. So being a presenter, you have to first be attentive, and if your presentation is good and you present well, I think because there is no more time to give all of you, within 1 or 2 days, how much you prepare. You prepare well, but something in the presentation I noted first one is the font size. Font size of people, some difference is given. I know you already copied from the internet. You are also mentioning the sources from which you collect the information.
Visit PDF.
Something from the PDF sites you will take it, something from the Google Wikipedia and other things. It's okay, you have to copy it, but you have to mention the sources of your data. Okay? And the question, there are so many questions from the transport. I taught you this topic in detail. Okay, so some of the clinical part I am missing in this portion. If I will ask 2 diseases from the passive transport, if 2 diseases from the active transport, you are not mentioning there. Because as a clinical part, as a clinical portion, if you add some more better presentation, you have to add some clinical portion, some new research. Okay? There being active transport, there are so many things. If the SGLT, sodium glucose transport 4 is not functioning well, which kind of disease is that?
Sir, SGLT4 doesn't function well. Sir, diabetes.
Now you will see there. There the diabetes mellitus. In the case of diabetes mellitus, this is not functional. There is this place of glucose in the urine.
It is basically the insulin dependent one. Glycogen.
Okay. So as per what is ping-pong mechanism? Have you mentioned the ping-pong mechanism? There is a one diagram which can maintain the attachment of the molecules. Flip-flop.
Flip-flop. Yes. And the lateral movement of protein is also.
So you give some more better presentation. And don't laugh. Understand? If you are laughing in your presentation, everybody is laughing.
Laughing was the same thing repeated.
You are not seeing your presentation? How many times you see you laugh? Either that, whenever you prepare the presentation, you will see your presentation, you will laughing. So don't laugh while I do presentations, because some things I do mistakes in my presentation, I can hide myself by moving some sentences and some other things. If you are laughing from a presentation, I think you do some mistake. Okay, better. Your presentation is good, nice. Happy birthday to both of us.
Priyadarshini and Swanidhi for your representation. Next, I would like to call on Jina and Rakesh to present their topic on plasma membrane.
We are here to present a small PPT on plasma membrane. So, what is plasma membrane? It's a semi-permeable limiting layer of cell protoplasm consisting of fluid phospholipid bilayer with intercalated proteins. It's basically a boundary to separate the extracellular fluid from the intracellular fluid. And there were many scientists who tried to discover and work on what exactly the boundary is. So Ernest Overton in 1902 was the first man who studied the structure of plasma membrane and stated that it is composed of a thin layer of lipid. But in 1935, two scientists, they proposed the theory of lipid bilayer. Permeable membrane, it has got some permeability properties. It does not allow any substances to pass, but a few permeable substances. Then cellular metabolism is influenced and regulated by cell membrane, because whatever metabolites that are entering into the cell are regulated by the cell membrane. It won't allow all the membranes to pass. There are certain carrier proteins and channels which allow certain kind of molecules to enter the cell and cause metabolism inside the cell, cytoplasm or nucleus. And membrane is metabolically active. Now, the composition of plasma membrane, it's mainly made up of lipids, proteins, and some carbohydrates. Now, carbohydrates, they are present in the form of glycolipids and glycoproteins, and some parts also contains cholesterol. Phospholipids are the main common lipids present in the amphipathic nature. Now, there are certain endoenzymes like nucleotide phosphatase and alkaline phosphatase. They are seen on the outer part of the cell membrane. Now, all the contents of the cell membrane vary according to the nature of the membrane, like where it is present and what kind of functions the cell membrane is destined to do. Based on that fact, the compositions of the membranes changes, or in proportion, some is less and some is more. I would hand over the next few slides to my colleague, Rakesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Rakesh, and I'm going to take lead of the rest of the slide. So, there are so many models of the plasma membrane, which my colleague already mentioned. But the most acceptable model is the Sinusoids method, which he gave us in 1972. So, firstly, we will there are so many things which are written, but we are going to understand this diagram. So you can see that there are two lipids bilayer, and the polar heads are outward, and the non-polar heads, which are hydrophobic in nature, are inside the core of the lipid bilayer. And there are two types of protein also present. That is the integral protein, which are fully embedded in the membrane, and a surface protein, which are made only in the surface. And also there are glycoproteins and glycolipids and carbohydrates which maintain the fluidity of the membrane. So, and there is a electron microscopic image which you can see. So the phospholipids are arranged in a bilayer with the polar head group directed towards the extracellular side and the cytoplasmic sides with the hydrophobic core. And the distribution of the phospholipids has that the choline containing lipids are towards outside and the serine containing lipids are in there. The lipid bilayer show the free lateral movement of its movement here known as the fluidity nature, and the cholesterol and the phospholipids unsaturated and hydrophobic which also maintain the fluidity nature of the and the fluid flow movement is catalyzed by the enzyme phase. Catalyzed the transfer of the amino phospholipids across the membrane, and the flow phase catalyzes the outer direct movement which is ATP dependent. And then the factors affecting the fluidity of the membrane. The length of the hydrocarbon chain, degree of unsaturation, and the nature of the polar head groups. Trans fatty acid decrease the fluidity nature, and close packing of hydrocarbon also decrease the fluidity nature. Then the cholesterol containing of the membrane alters the fluidity membrane. In the winter season, we all know that the cholesterol level change in the membrane, and it's also affect the fluidity of the membrane. And then in the Cooper cell anemia and alcoholic cirrhosis, this excess cholesterol is decrease the fluidity, and it's also turn the activity of the receptors which may cause many diseases. And more unsaturated cis fatty acid increase the fluidity, and the nature of fatty acids and cholesterol contains variety of the diet, and it also affect. And you can see here that the movement of the free phase and flow phase and the same class. Thank you.
Your definition is very good. This definition is fine, and you have elaborated definition there. And I advise all the students, if something is clear in the presentation, you have to write it in the comment. Because this is a good thing, and you will write this definition in the exam, and you will get more marks. Okay? So you are mentioning here the cell membrane. You are not mentioning some of the clinical parts again, that is some disorder which is related with the cell membrane dysfunctions.
So I mentioned 160% area.
Carcinomy and liver cirrhosis, where the composition of the cholesterol affects the cell membrane.
Okay.
So these are the two clinical aspects we found, and there are certain antibiotics which actually act on the cell membrane, because most of the penicillin kind of antibiotics work on the cell wall of the bacteria, but very few antibiotics actually cross the cell wall and affect the cell membrane. So there are certain antibiotics which act on the cell membrane.
Okay. Now there is some phospholipid you will mentioning in your membrane, and phospholipids which is present in the membrane side is responsible for eicosanoidin prostaglandin synthesis. You know that? And on this enzyme activity, the phospholipids, phospholipid lipase enzyme act on it, and there are some drugs. Which can inhibit the enzymes. Okay.
Now, Shauryadev Suchasmita Soni to represent their topic.
Thank you everyone present here. So I will present enzyme classification today. To start with, we will go through the basic definition of enzyme. So what we know is enzyme is a biocatalyst that changes the rate of a reaction. The enzyme has certain features to start with. It is colloidal in nature, and being colloidal in nature, it helps to increase the surface area and which enhances the rate of reaction. Secondly, it's thermolabile, so more the temperature, the more will the activity. After a certain time, the enzyme will lose its activity due to excessive heat production. So it would lose its activity and it won't work any further. And it is proteinaceous in nature except the enzyme ribozyme. And it is specific for substrate reaction. So, like for one specific substrate, there is one specific enzyme. It is not like one enzyme will work for many substrate. So, it's a very specific feature.
and one of the biggest function of enzyme is enzyme decrease the activation energy, which helps in enhancing the rate of reaction and further catalyzes the enzyme. So now I'll ask. So there's one more portion of the enzyme. The enzymes are divided into the complex hollow enzymes and the simple enzyme. So the complex hollow enzyme has two parts, the enzyme and the cofactor. The enzyme is the proteinaceous part of the enzyme, and cofactor are further divided into two, like the prosthetic groups and the coenzyme. The prosthetic groups are like the usually small inorganic molecule or atom. They usually tightly bound to the enzyme. Examples are like magnesium, cobalt, and in case of coenzyme, they are large organic molecule and they are loosely bound to the enzyme. Certain examples could be coenzyme and coenzyme E and other things. So the next portion will be seen by my groupmate shortly.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to present the video on enzyme classification. Enzyme classification is mainly based by the International Enzyme Commission, and the classification is based on the type of enzyme reaction catalyzed by the enzyme. There are major 6 types of classes, but one new class. Transformers has been discovered to oxidoreductase, transferase, hydrolases, lyase, isomerase, and ligase, and translocase also has been discovered recently. Oxidoreductase. Oxidoreductase is a family of enzymes that catalyze redox reactions like oxidation reductions. For example, alcohol dehydrogenase is an example. It catalyzes ethanol into with the help of nicotinamide and NAD plus into acetaldehyde and converts NAD plus into NADH plus H plus. And another transferase is a family of enzymes which helps to transfer different functional groups from one substrate to another. For example, hexokinase, also glucokinase is a one which converts glucose into glucose 6-phosphates and converts ATP into ATP. That's also for my. I will like one my colleague Somi said for the next.
There is a one topic presented by 4 students.
Yes, sir.
Now, how much you presented? Just 1 or 2 topics?
Sir, it was in the group. It was ordered by roll number 1, 5, 5.
It's the order like that.
So once the 5 के एक टॉपिक होगा जिसे 5 लोग एक साथ प्रेजेंट करेंगे.
हाँ सर, ऐसा ही विदुर सर ने दिया था.
The third class is the hydrolases. Hydrolases are a family of enzymes that commonly performs as a biochemical catalyst that use water to break a chemical bond. For example, acetylcholine esterase. Acetylcholine esterase converts acetylcholine to choline plus esterase with help of water. The next classes are lyases. Lyases are the enzymes responsible for catalyzing and addition and elimination reactions. For the example, aldolase, it converts fructose 1,6-bisphosphate to glycerylate 3-phosphate plus dihydroxyacetone phosphate. Next.
So the next 2 classes are isomerase and ligases. Isomerases are a family of enzymes which catalyzes changes within one molecule, that is intramolecular transfer. Example is triose phosphate isomerase. Glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate gets converted into dihydroxyacetone. And the last class is ligases. Ligases are a family of enzymes which joins 2 compounds by forming new bonds. Example is acetyl-CoA carboxylase. Acetyl-CoA is the presence of CO2 and ATP gets converted into mononyl-CoA ATP plus inorganic phosphate. Thank you so much.
After then, the structure of enzymes, that is structure, coenzymes forms, and after then the class, and you can divide 2 of the classes by each one. Your topic is fine, but I think we have to present something more. Something more you have to present it, because seminar is not like that you have to read the points in your slide. Are you agree, all of you? It is not like that. It is being a topic, you have to tell something new to all of them. If I want to see the definition of ligase, it is already given in your book in details. You have to mention the examples. As per you already know that your topic will present in 10 to 15 minutes, but all of you are presented, that it means you will elaborate your topic up to 20 minutes. How will you elaborate it? That's by the examples. By the examples of ligases, by the examples of some others. So according to my advice, your presentation is not to my appropriate markings. Overall your presentation is good, your slide is good, everything is good, but I think there is something knowledge about enzyme classification is to be less. Because whenever you taking the class of enzyme classification, it takes time. It takes time up to more than 30 minutes. But as a presentation, that 10 minutes is not compared to this, because presentation is what? It is the information which you will collect from a different sources and the more. So overall fine. And if I want to repeat this topic, you are already give the time. Okay? You producing no excuses. In next day, if I will say you all are again present you, then you are ready to present. Okay? So all of you things, that is fine. And all of you, any question from audience?
Just would have showed some antibiotics which act on enzymes, how they block it, or how they increase the efficiency or decrease the efficiency. That is a big point, and if you could elaborate that, it would have been much more exclusive.
Yeah, directly means simply designing the student on that you have to add some more clinicals, either respect to pharmacological or therapeutic. Okay? So thank you.
Purna, Saurabh, Sajeshwata and Somi for the presentation. Now I would like to call Ayush Srivastava and Sahili Sultana to present their topic, Enzyme Inhibition.
So, good afternoon everyone, myself Ayush Srivastava, and I am going to present a biochem presentation, and I am got the topic Enzyme Inhibition. So first we should know the meaning of the individual words, enzyme and inhibition. So basically enzymes are the proteins, and inhibition it means inhibitor is a substance which retard the velocity of any reaction or anything which decreases its activity is known as inhibitor. So let's start. Enzyme inhibitor. So inhibitor are those substances that binds to an enzyme and interferes with its activity. So interference is always retardation. It can prevent formation of enzyme substrate complex, or it can prevent the breakdown of enzyme substrate complex to enzyme product complex. So it is that it can prevent the formation of enzyme substrate complex or prevent the enzyme substrate breakdown to individual enzyme and product. And inhibitors are the chemicals that reduces the rate of action, as I have earlier told. So basically there are 6 types of enzyme inhibition: comparative inhibition, non-comparative, uncomparative, suicide, allosteric and feedback. So let's start with comparative inhibition. In this inhibition, the inhibitor is a structure analog of the substrate. So it competes with the substrate to bind to the active site of the enzyme. So it is reversible. So it is competitive. So it is the rate of reaction is decreased due to competition with the substrate to bind. In this, the Km is increased. So what is Km? Km is the mechanism maintained constant. It is the concentration of the substrate at which the velocity of the reaction is half of the maximum velocity. So in this, the affinity of the enzyme is decreased. So it is decreased because the rate of reaction decreased due to comparative inhibition, and the Vmax is constant; it remains same. So in the diagram, it is a enzyme molecule. It is a binding site. So an inhibitor competes with the substrate to bind to the binding site. So here is the substrate, it removes the substrate and the inhibitor binds to the active site, and this is competitive inhibition. So we go to the next slide. So the clinical importance of competitive inhibition. There are three examples mainly. The sulfonamide, it is antibacterial. The antibacterial agent, sulfur drugs, being structural analog of PABA, inhibit the folic acid synthesis in bacteria and they die. The next, methotrexate, it is a structural analog of folic acid and so can completely inhibit folate reductase enzyme, which is essential for DNA synthesis and cell division. It is an anti-cancer drug because it is essential for cell division. So in cancer, the cell division is very much increased, so it acts as an anti-cancer drug. And the third example is decomalol. It is structurally similar to vitamin K. As we know, vitamin K can act as anticoagulant. So it decomalol completely inhibit the vitamin K, and in that place it works in place of vitamin K. So next, non-competitive inhibition. So in this inhibition, the inhibitor has no resemblance with the substrate. Inhibitor binds to the different domain of the enzyme other than substrate binding site. So enzyme has substrate binding site and other one more binding site. So it is non-competitive because it doesn't bind to the binding site where the substrate binds. So it is not competitive. This is irreversible. If once bind, it cannot be reversed back. Increase in substrate concentration do not relieve this inhibition. In this, Km is unchanged, but the Vmax is decreased. Remaining enzyme molecules have the same affinity because it does not depend on the inhibition. It is uncompetitive. So this is the diagram. This enzyme, this substrate, and this inhibitor. Here you can see that the enzyme is binding to the binding site, but the inhibitor is binding to the other side other than the binding site. So there is no competition. So it is known as non-competitive inhibition, and reaction doesn't happen. So next, the example of non-competitive inhibition, the cyanides, as we know, it inhibits cytochrome oxidase. Fluoride, it will remove magnesium manganese, so it will inhibit the enzyme. Imolase, we know the glycolysis pathway. Iodoacetate, it could inhibit enzyme having SS group in their active center. And this is British anti-salicylate. It is used as an antidote for heavy metal poisoning. The heavy metals act as an enzyme poison by reacting with SS group. British anti-salicylate has several SS groups which heavy metals can react, thereby their poisonous effects are reduced. So this is the diagram, this is the graph. That we can see that this is the substrate concentration and this is the rate of reaction. This is the normal enzyme, the graph of normal enzyme. In competitive inhibition, as we know, the Km increases and the Vmax remains same. So in this, the Km is increased and Vmax remains same. And in non-competitive, the Km remains same and the Vmax is increased. This is the graph. One more uncompetitive inhibition. In this inhibition, inhibitor binds to the active substrate complex. In this, the inhibitor doesn't bind to the free enzyme, it binds to the enzyme substrate complex which is formed. So in this, both Km and Vmax decreases, and the most common example is inhibition of alkaline phosphatase by alanine. So this is the diagram. This is the substrate, enzyme the substrate and the inhibitor. So it binds to the complex of which is formed by the enzyme and substrate. So it is uncompetitive. In this, the Km and Vmax would decrease like this. So here I would request my batchmate to continue from.
Myself Zahri Sultana, and I am going to present the rest of the topic. This is the line-fever work plot for enzyme inhibitions. Here we can see the competitive inhibition. In competitive inhibition, the Km is increased and the Vmax is unaffected. As the Vmax is unaffected and the Km is increased, the slope is also increased. And as the Vmax is unaffected, the y-intercept is constant. So in competitive inhibition, the y-intercept is constant and the slope is increased. Now, in non-competitive inhibition, the Km is unaffected and the Vmax is reduced. As the Vmax is reduced, we know in the slope is Km by Vmax. The Vmax is reduced, so the slope is increased. And also the y-intercept is increased. So in non-competitive inhibition, the slope is also increased and the y-intercept is also increased. In uncompetitive inhibition, the Km is reduced as well as the Vmax is reduced. The slope is Km by Vmax. As both Km and Vmax is reduced, the slope is constant. Now the Vmax is reduced, the y-intercept is 1 by Vmax. The y-intercept is 1 by Vmax. Now the y-intercept increases. So in uncompetitive inhibition, the y-intercept increases whereas the slope remains same. In suicide inhibition, the inhibitor binds to the active site of the enzyme. So what is the difference between competitive inhibition and suicide inhibition? In competitive inhibition, it is reversible, whereas the suicide inhibition is irreversible. Why? Because in suicide, the inhibitor binds to the enzyme. There is a formation of the covalent bond and the inhibitor enzyme complex, which is irreversible. The examples are ornithine decarboxylase enzyme in trypanosoma is inhibited by dichloromethyl ornithine. Ornithine decarboxylase enzyme converts ornithine to putrescine, which is essential for polyamine synthesis. Now, which is again essential for the parasite to survive trypanosoma. Now, when this DFMO inhibits ODC, the multiplication of the parasite is arrested. Number 2, allopurinol is a strong inhibitor of xanthine oxidase. Allosteric inhibition. Now, before going to the topic allosteric inhibition, we need to understand what is allosteric regulation. What is allosteric regulation? Allosteric regulation occurs in the enzyme known as allosteric enzyme. Now, what are allosteric enzymes? Allosteric enzymes are those enzymes which has two sites. One is the active site where the substrate binds, and the others is the allosteric site where the regulatory molecule binds. Now, if the regulatory molecule by binding to the enzyme enhances the enzyme activity, it is known as, the mechanism is known as allosteric inhibition and the molecule is known as inhibitor. The mechanism is known as allosteric activation and the regulatory molecule is known as activator. But if the regulatory enzyme binds and it decreases the rate of the reaction whereas inhibit the enzyme activity, the mechanism is known as allosteric inhibition and the regulatory molecule is known as inhibitor. The inhibitor here is not a substrate analog and this inhibition is partially reversible if the excess substrate is added. Km is usually increased and the Vmax is reduced. Example, ATP is an allosteric inhibitor of cyclic synthesis. Feedback inhibition, the enzyme is inhibited by the product. Now, end product inhibition of the biosynthetic pathways are the example of this type of inhibition. Now, what is end product inhibition? This is a biosynthetic pathway. Now, what is a biosynthetic pathway? Biosynthetic pathway is a multi-step process and each step is catalyzed by an enzyme. Now, the end product is inhibiting the enzyme activity. Usually, such end product inhibition is affected allosterically. This mechanism prevents the unnecessary operation of pathways and wastage of energy. Example of feedback inhibition. Now, this is the first step pathway. This is the first step pathway of the biosynthetic pathway. The end product is cytidine triphosphate. This end product inhibits the enzyme aspartate transcarbamylase and hence it inhibits the whole reactions. This is the first step of the heme biosynthesis. Heme is the end product. Heme inhibits the enzyme ALA synthetase and hence inhibits the all reaction. Thank you.
The question is, in the competitive inhibition, there is the rate of Vmax and Km value is related. How? Question is that.
In competitive inhibition, Km, he asked Km, why Km increases in Vmax remain constant?
Yes, Km you already know that is half of the velocity.
I want to ask him what is Km first. Then I will.
He is just asking that in competitive inhibition, both the values are Km value changes and Vmax is constant. Why? What is the reason?
I will guess first. I will know if he knows what is Km or not.
Why are you? This is the question. This is not the way of presentation. If somebody is asking, he already know the Km value. He already know the Vmax.
I know the answer, but he should always know what he is asking. He should know what is Km. So he asked.
You are having the answer of this question or not? Understand? He just simply, audience is simply just ask the question. You have to give the answer. Don't argue with them. What are you knowing about that?
The audience should also know what he is asking.
That is not a way. This is the presentations. If some of the people also here who are leg pulling nature. Okay, so don't worry about that. You have to give your answer. If you are confident, just give your answer.
Now, we know in competitive inhibition, if we increase the concentration of the substrate, the inhibition is relieved. It means it is reversible. Now, if we increase the concentration of the substrate, we can relieve the inhibition. So the concentration of the substrate is increased, and as because of that, Km is increased. Now Vmax, why Vmax is constant? Because see, the inhibitor is binding to the active site of the enzyme, and it is reversible. It is not forming a covalent bond with the enzyme. It is not forming a covalent bond with the enzyme. So number of the active sites is still intact. So if we put an excess substrate, the rate of the reaction can be achieved to Vmax again. So Vmax is constant.
Are you understand this answer? Are you know the answer? Then why have you asked the question if you know the answer?
अच्छा है इससे थोड़ा satisfied है. Are you satisfied with the answer?
I will keep one point in your mind. You are a presenter and somebody is asked the question, you are give the answer. If you don't know, then you sorry. But this is the no. You know the answer, then give the answer. Why you argue about that? Their wives, you know, Vivek, you know, K. What is that? He is being your classmate now. So why is asking?
So he is not presenting and he is pulling the legs. What is this? What is this behavior, sir?
Don't think like that. Because in the marking of presentation, your body language, your presentation is also found. Understand? So your presentation is very nice. Overall, you complete the presentation, bind up your presentation very well. Why are you making such arguments on that? If the audience is just asking the question, you are going to be answer. This is the one thing. And the other thing is apart from the other. Because there is a number. In the next day, he is also going to present. And there, so there may be chances for you. So it is not a day for all people. Understand? So be a presentation, you will bind your presentation very well. Overall presentation is very well. But I can see your presentation. There is one mistake I see, that you are not mentioning the Km value and the Vmax value in your graph clearly. In the double reciprocal plot, there is Km values mentioned in the competitive inhibition and Vmax values mentioned in both the graphs, but there is not properly mentioned. The first thing is that overall presentation is good, and your example test, if all the students who will write their example, they are also very important. Okay. So overall presentation was nice. Okay, thank you.
Digestion and absorption. But before we go on to before we go on to the digestion and absorption of lipids, first we need to know what are lipids. So, okay, lipids are a coenzyme role in the body, and there are certain type of lipids which are prostaglandins and steroid hormones, which also play a major role in control of the body's homeostasis, which is maintenance of the maintenance of the internal environment of the body. Also, it gives shape and contour to the body, and it protects the internal organs in providing cushioning effect. We'll move on to the next slide. Okay, now what are the sources of the lipids? Like, from where do we get these lipids? From animal sources like dairy products like meat, butter, ghee, meat, fish, pork, eggs. These are the animal sources from where we get our lipids. Also, from vegetables we get cooking oils, sunflower, mustard oil, palm oil, fats. Now, classification of lipids. Basically, lipids are classified by two methods. First, based on its composition, and second, based on functions. There are three classification of lipids. First are the simple lipids, which are the fats and waxes. These are basically triacylglycerides, which contain 3 fatty acids and one glycerol chain. Then we move on to complex lipids. Complex lipids are lipids associated with certain structures. Like, for example, if we talk about phospholipids, phosphate and lipids. Then lipoproteins, lipids associated with proteins, sulfolipids, sphingolipids. Now there are another type of lipids known as derived lipids over here, which are basically steroids, ketone bodies, fatty acids, etc. Now, on basis of its function, these are also storage lipids present over here, and as I mentioned, storage lipids. One example is triacylglycerides, fats and oils, as mentioned over here. Structural lipids, phospholipids, we see it in cell membrane, non-phosphorylated lipids as well, and then over here lipids as well as cofactors and pigments like phosphatidylmestol, eukaryotic steroid hormones, etc. And one of the clinical significance of lipids is that sometimes what happens is there are diseases like obesity, atherosclerosis, and diabetes mellitus, which occur due to the metabolism of lipids are not correct, and also there are lipid storage diseases like sphingolipidosis. These are lipid storage diseases which can also occur. Now I would like to hand over the mic to my next colleague, Taposh Sharada, and he will take on from the next slides. Thank you.
Digestion occurs in stomach, and it is occurs by one enzyme which is very important, which is gastric lipase, and it has a pH of 7.8, and it has Ca++. For pH of having 7.8, that's why it does not work well in stomach, because of stomach has HCl and his pH is very low. But when others in time came out and research, and then the pH increase, and then in time occurs properly. So this in time helpful for small chain fatty acid, and milk, egg has a small chain fatty acid, and it is play very important role for newborn babies digestion, because it has only eat milk for energy. In some cases, some patients suffer This is like a pancreatic disorder and cystic fibrosis. But this enzyme like gastric lipase and then it can cover up the absence of other pancreatic
Good afternoon, digestion in small intestine, major site of hypertension, effective digestion due to the presence of pancreatic lipase management. Bile salts and the effective immunosuppression agents for fats, secretion of pancreatic juice is stimulated by passage of acid gastric contents into the duodenum by secretion pancreasium, the gastrointestinal digestion in stomach, bile salts are required for the proper function. The pancreatic lipase enzyme bile salts help in the combination of lipase with two molecules of a small potential called a collapse. The combination of enhance the lipase activity. Bile salts also help in the emulsification of fat. Bile salts are synthesized in the liver and stored in gallbladder. They are derivatives of cholesterol. They consist of steroid structure with a side chain, which is molecule of glycerin, covalently attached by the amino linkage. Emulsification and digestion, lipids and hydroxide. Thus, the food is soluble and aqueous environment of digestive tract. The digestive enzyme lipase water soluble can only walk the surface of fat globules. Digestion is daily added emulsification, the breaking of fat globules in small emulsified droplets. Emulsification the bile salts. Bile salts are emulsification agents interact with the lipid fat particles and they accuse duodenal contents, thereby stabilizing the lipid particles and they become smaller and preventing them from collapsing. The next part will continue by colleague solution.
A very good afternoon to everyone. So, my colleague Suman Chowda, which has told that this is bile salt. This means that bile salts as emulsifying agents. So, this is a fat globule. So, it is the bile salts, which is a non-polar part. It reacts with it and it emulsifies into the smaller particles. Because it generally occurs in the small intestine, not in the stomach. So, how this is the emulsification of the is done by bile salts, that is the fat. So here this from the stomach, these are the fat droplets which we known as the triglycerides, and these from the gallbladder, which is coming from the bile duct. The bile salts are coming, the bile juice is coming, and these which contains these micelles of bile salts, cholesterol and necessity. These reacts with it. These emulsified fat droplets reacts to form these triglycerides, which has been written that emulsification of the fat droplets by the bile salts. Then hydrolysis of these triglyceride in the emulsified droplets into fatty acids and monoglycerides. Then dissolving of the fatty acids and dissolving of these fatty acids and monoglycerides. This form transfers into the mixed micelles. What is absorption of lipids? Glycerol, short and medium chain fatty acids, chain less than 14 carbons, are directly absorbed from the intestine lumen, as a long chain cannot be absorbed. So these are directly absorbed in the lumen, then to the portal vein and taken to the liver for further utilization, because liver is the main source from where the bile is secreted. into and then poured into the gallbladder, so the common bile duct. So, what is micellis? Just look at this diagram. This is the hydrophilic polar part, and this is the head group, and this is the hydrophobic non-polar part. So, micellis is what it? These are the disshaped clusters of amphiteric lipids that correlates with their hydrophobic groups on the inside and their hydrophilic groups on the outside of the cluster. Just look like this. This is a disshaped structure. In one, all the head part is, what will I say, that all the head parts are forming a circular structure that when they are, and all the tails are meeting at one point. Mixed micellis are soluble in the aqueous environment of the intestinal lumen. The micellis approach the brush border membrane of the enterocytes. No, how we will say? These micellis constantly break down and reform. It is the monoglyceride and the fatty acids that are free in the solution are reabsorbed, not the micellis. Because of their non-polar nature, monoglycerides and fatty acids are just diffused across the plasma membrane of this enterocyte. Some absorption is done, may be done by the facilitated diffusion by the specific transport paths. So, this is how this triglyceride, which is the fat, then this biles or lipase reacts with it, then mixed micellis to form the mixed micellis, which is then divides into fatty acids and monoglycerides. This breaks down these fats into triglycerides into these fatty acids and monoglycerides, which then enter into this. This is the lumen of the small intestine, which enters this, and then triglycerides react with this forms of triglyceride, and protein also reacting to form these chylomicrons. What is the structure of the chylomicron? This is the structure. This B48, it is C3 and C2. Its size is approximately 0.1 to 1 micrometer. Its average composition, it contains the maximum amount of triglycerides, that is 84%. Cholesterol and apolipoproteins very low, that is 2%. Ester cholesterol 4% and phospholipid 8%. Now, how this transferred into these cardiac muscles? Now, this is from the intestinal tract. Then the chylomicron is from the intestinal tract. Chylomicron is formed because then it travels the thoracic duct and while through the venous circulation to the systemic arteries, then the peripheral arteries, then it gives fatty acid monoglyceride, some transfer the fatty acid monoglyceride. Some these fatty acid monoglycerides then either go to liver cells, cardiac muscles, skeletal muscles, adipose cells. This is the summary that chylomicrons deliver the absorbed triacidic glycerides to the body cell. TAG is chylomicron and other lipoproteins are hydrolyzed by lipoprotein lipase, an enzyme that is formed in the capillary endothelial cells. Monoglycerides and fatty acids released from the digestion of the TAG then diffuse into the cells. Thank you.
Overall, your presentation is good. Your PPD is best. Your PPD is best. You is collecting more and more information. And your presentation is too good. And the last one candidate present well, and they can remember me, my professors who make things like that. Just take the mic closer to the mouth. If your presentation is good, I'm not coming on that. And the first candidate also present well, and both of you presented well, but there's some more hard work need to be going to represent. Okay, your topic is nice, and up to this, there are more and more questions are arises, but I am not asking the questions because you have more than ever you can elaborate in your slides. Those students who can understand what I will tell, that is digestion and absorption is completed up to chylomicron, and you are also mentioning that how the chylomicron is formed. You will say that TG comes and there is combination of protein. What kind of protein is that? How it is come? It is comes from the HDL molecules. Okay? There is the first chylomicron, then it is formed secondary molecules. So this protein is what? This is apoproteins. So all of these major concerns. Overall nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Antrik, Tapas, Suman and Somin for your wonderful presentations. And this was our last group for today's seminar session. Thank you everybody for your patience and cooperation. And there is an information. All the students are requested to send their PPT on a Gmail account, that is singpresent688@gmail.com. Thank you.
Then we convert this, that will be diaphragm. According to the percentage is there, they will be dispersed to different non-type. So law of convergence and diaphragm. EBSP. Potassium. Beyond the synapse, in the second neuron, you will find some depolarization. So that is some excitation. When this level of depolarization goes beyond the certain point, then an action potential will be generated. And the moment action potential is generated, it will travel all the way. But as long as it does reach the threshold, that threshold value, only this part of the membrane will be depolarized. So not only minus 20, maybe minus 60, minus 50. Say that particular point, critical point, threshold that is minus 30. As long as it does not reach minus 30, action potential will not start. So EPS, then there will be generation of IPS. Sometimes there are such neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitter is no longer an appetite. A neurotransmitter may be GABA, may be glycine, may be glutamate. All these things will be neurotransmitters. These neurotransmitters, instead of causing a depolarization in the post-synaptic neuron, it causes very hyperpolarization. Instead of causing depolarization, it causes hyperpolarization. It increases the Chloride shift, it stimulates the chloride channel. So chloride ion will go inside the both side active now and it will cause hyperchloride from -17 to it will be -18 or -3 to -9. So this is hyperchloride. So both nucleus chemical excited both side active potential. IPS inhibiting both side active. Next is delay. Suppose 10 reduced junction. I am sending a parcel to that chain. So what will happen? This state will stop at the value. Another state will go from there. So the person who is carrying the parcel, he will be inside the luggage compartment. State stops there. It will come down from the luggage compartment with the luggage, with the parcel boxes in his hand, or shoulder or head, whatever the case may be, and he will carry it to another. So the next stage. So depolarization comes. No further depolarization. Synaptic junction between two neurons. Again, this will be depolarized. So there will be some delay in the transmission of action. Yes, action potential will travel from the pre-synaptic neuron to the post-synaptic neuron. There is no doubt about that. But both times, rather than if there were only one fiber, so one nerve fiber coming to the muscle. When you stimulate the nerve, beginning of the nerve fiber, it will stimulate the muscle very fast. But if there is a side of thing, still stimulate the nerve fiber, but it will be slower rate. So this is called synaptic delay. When stimulus passes, synapse, it takes more time to travel than when it is passing to single. Summation. Depolarization. Depolarization. You change inside positive, outside negative. This is for depolarization wave. This is for action potential. This is only reverse. And it goes very fast. And when it comes here, say it does more than the little bit of depolarization in the post side. Action potential cannot jump from here to here. Action potential will help in the release of neurotransmitter. Release of the neurotransmitter. That neurotransmitter will stimulate the post synaptic memory. But maybe that let it be next stimulus will come. Further it will be, say it was -70, it became -60, then -50, then another stimulus came, -14, another stimulus came, the moment it comes to reaches the threshold, -30, action potential fires, and very fast depolarization wave will continue throughout the nerve fiber up to the end. So this is called summation. This summation is called temporal separation. That is, at one time it will be depolarization. First at this second, then after 1 second, another impulse comes. After 2 seconds, another action potential comes. After 3 seconds, another action potential. Each time action potential comes, it increases the depolarization. The moment it reaches the threshold, an action potential will fire. So this is temporal. When I enter the class, some students were. After 5 minutes, another 10 minutes. After another 5 minutes, another 10 minutes. When 50 students came, all the students danced. All the students will come, the class will be full, 150 students. So this is temporal. Spatial separation. One car coming from one train arrives from Philippines, some students come to our. Another train arrives from Calcutta, some more students come to the class. Another train, another bus comes from say Bardhaman, some more students come. So like that. Another bus reaches from Bankura, some more students like that. Flight comes from UP, some like more. So this is at the same time, but from different places. Why different places? Several neurons end at that junction. One neuron will cause some depolarization, but others will cause further, so the depolarization level will reach the threshold and action potential will fire. This is called spatial separation from the space, from different space at the same time, and temporal at different times when you come to it. So, the summation two types. Spatial and temporal. Temporal means related to time, spatial means related to space. But both ways there may be summation. So, EPSP is summation. And if there is IPSP in between, say one of these releases glycine and causes IPSP. So some depolarization occurs, then one hyperpolarization stimulus comes, that depolarization again reverted back. So minus 70 to minus 40, minus 60, then one hyperpolarization comes, it becomes minus 65. So, summation. Next is occlusion. As I said, stimulus coming, some immediately, some excitatory, some immediately, some immediately. So, sometimes, say, 10 millivolts plus 10 millivolts plus 10 millivolts, 30 millivolts. But no, 10 millivolts plus 10 millivolts, the last one is not plus 10, that is minus 10 millivolts. So it will be 20. So there will be occlusion. Some will be occlusion. Okay. And also, some may be found, and that way also should be known. Then there is another term of division. So, I am stimulating you. Okay. You are getting stimulated. But while I am stimulating you, I am stimulating me. C also stimulates me. That is not up to the threshold mark. But because he is already stimulated a little bit, even if he stimulates a little bit, that becomes strong enough up to the threshold mark. So he gets stimulated. So he is in the subliminal fringe of my stimulation to him. I am stimulating or inspiring him. So not stimulating. The human being will be inspired. I am inspiring him, fully inspired, but at the same time, it will be inspiring him also. Second time. She is inspiring him to be him. She does not understand that he gets fully inspired because he already inspired by me. So this is called the subliminal fringe effect. You don't understand why it gets stimulated and the stimulus was not that strong. But you are already stimulated by some other means. This is called the subliminal fringe effect. They habituate. Every time the stimulus comes and the depolarization of stimulus comes, so the post-synaptic neuron becomes sometimes so habituated and so bothered, so bored, that when stimulus comes, same degree of stimulus, but it does not cause that much of depolarization in the post-synaptic. Because it is habituated. I take one rasgulla, take another rasgulla, I keep on taking rasgulla. So that time when I eat one rasgulla, I 4 rasgullas at a time, I don't take the. So this is habituated. Then habituation is also called sensitization. is also called sensitized. There is an opposite term, it is potency. Suppose one boy from Calcutta comes and gives you what you another boy comes the next month, gives you another to eat. So one day you go together, you see the people like a man, you can do a detail, but only one person, and you are not satisfied. So you saw what cases are solved. When you took that time, you saw the cases, oh, Rasulullah, jump over the shop and eat 20 Rasulullah. Because you are potentiated. Already you are trained that this is a very tasty substance. So, this is called potentiation. And synaptic plasticity. Interestingly, this year, question has come, what is synaptic plasticity? You will think it will not come in the coming year. No. Another question has already come after that supplementary. So it will be the third time of there is a strong chance that you will get a strong synaptic plasticity. Number 11, synaptic plasticity. Each time the stimulus comes in a synapse, the whole synaptic neuron becomes stimulated. And various stimuli come from various sources and stimulate the same core synaptic neuron. Stimulate the same core synaptic neuron. So what happens is the core synaptic neuron gets changed. Even the presynaptic neuron gets changed, getting stimulated more and more and more. And maybe there are other synapses, other neurons doing synapse at the same place. So there will be a change. This is called synaptic plasticity. One synapse, its structure may change because of repeated stimuli. That is actually this synaptic plasticity. Later on you will study memory and learning. Then you will know synaptic plasticity is the main basis of learning. Keep reading synapse. Tomorrow, synapse. Day after tomorrow, after 7 days, after 1 month. So same thing, same neurons are repeated because it is the same type of stimuli. Every time you read some synapse. So what happens? There are some permanent changes in your neurons in the brain, in the memory, and that changes maybe the riboflavin or any other structures there, and that will cause permanently. You will never forget it. Even on the day before your death, or on the deathbed, you will see synapse. So this is called synaptic plasticity. Synapses are subject to changes, structural changes, because of repeated stimuli. Are capable of change. Synaptic facilitation. One sinus, when it is stimulated by some process from the inside neuron, it facilitates entry of impulses from the other inside. So, otherwise, that would have been not possible by the second neuron to stimulate this post-silent treatment, but because it is already having some structural change, very little bit. So this is called synaptic facilitation. Then there is another term for the recruitment. When some synapses are getting stimulated several times, then other neurons tend to produce synapse at the same place. So then stimulation will be more powerful because you are getting impulses from one neuron, getting from another place and activity. So this is called recruitment. But originally since birth it was not there. But because of the continuous synaptic bombardment at the synapse, new fibers get recruited to act as presynaptic neurons on the same post-synaptic. This is called recruitment. Okay. Feedback inhibition. Feedback inhibition. I beat him, I'm not saying this man is. I beat him, he also beats me. So I stop. So this is immediate feedback. I beat him, he also beats me, I stop. I control myself. So this is feedback. When the effector inhibits the stimulate, right? It inhibits is the effector. I am the stimulate, but he inhibits the stimulate. Language, proper language. What is feedback? You say, give this example, that example. No, if you say that proper, where the stimulator, when the stimulator stimulates the effector, and the effector inhibits the stimulator. Usually secretes thyroid stimulating hormone, thyroid gland, which comes to the thyroid gland, which secretes thyroxine because of the stimulation of TSH, and thyroxine will again inhibit the pituitary, not to secrete hormone. There are enough thyroxine, no more TSH. Again, when thyroxine will go down, again pituitary will secrete more TSH, that will stimulate the thyroid, again more thyroid. So always balanced amount of hydroxyl feedback. So this is feedback. Example in finance, you cannot give example of PSH and hydroxyl. There is no difference. Thyroid is the length of cell. In the final exhaustion is the spinal cord. It produces the feedback, negative feedback. Then there is another that is feed forward. Feed forward. Process comes from I beat him, he beats him, beat forward. I give him a slap to the chin, happens the older days there were successes. The jokers, one person is there, gives a slap to the number one joker, number one slap. Second joker slaps the third joker. Like that you go, you will laugh. That is the feed forward. Classical example is the cerebellum. When you stimulate the moxie fibers in the cerebellum, they will stimulate the Purkinje fibers. So this is feed forward. It's not stimulation actually. Properties of sinuses, they start to or they start big sources like heart of you only have please remember the properties of sinuses. Example. Next thing. Because today's topic, cycle increase left out, and because it's the property of sinuses, I will give something rest of the time I will resolve it to text. But I do not. Only can you say reflexes. Define the reflex action. What is reflex action? Or maybe small things in every room of the body. Principle sees this in the application. I need a reach, all rooms of the cold drinks and all that. Say the midnight action like drinking one cold drink, take it out and drink it. And what the principle does? Principle will send it to the freeze bank. The one the store bank. That's not the store. Storekeeper says yes. There are yes. There are say 150 rooms there, but we have only 75 pages. So for every 2 rooms, we will give 1. And the labor will come and carry all the pages. This way, reflex action. Some stimulate, somewhere there is first a receptor. Receptor is stimulated. Then the one apparent receptor. Apparent neuron. center. From the center, efferent fluid. It's called the muscle contract. Okay. So this is reflex action. But defining reflex action is difficult. Not so easy as we easily give an example of three things that biological. So what is the definition of reflex action? Reflex action is the resultant action of some stimulation. Is the resultant action of some stimulation which is mediated via the center. Remember, the center is almost always either in the brain or in the spinal cord. That means in the central nervous. Center is a neuron, nerve and body. This is the thyroid of the parts of you. And I am talking about nerves and body. Nerve cell. Center is in the spinal cord or in the brain. And that directs the action to be taken. Okay. So this is, so what are the parts of a reflex arc? Reflex arc is the total cycle through which a reflex action moves or a reflex action is performed. Now what are the parts of a reflex arc? Receptor, apparent link, center, efferent link. You know the difference between apparent and efferent? Apparent is incoming to the center. And efferent is going from apparent link, center, efferent link. And then the effect. One. Usually receptors are in the skin or things like that. Then the apparent link. When apparent is not, center is the nerve cell situated in the central nervous system. Efferent link is the motor nerve and effector is the muscle. Usually effector comes from place like this. That is a law. Sometimes question comes. Maybe one mark question. What is bell mechanism? What is well-managed law? Do not know it is not okay. Only go to the very technique. And you are very careful, it is not okay. Well-managed law states that through the dorsal root of spinal cord. Take a cross section of the spinal cord. It will be something like this. You will have a ventral root, a dorsal root, to which the nerve fibers either come in or go out. So this is the dorsal. Ventral, the dorsal. All anterior root, anywhere in the central nervous system in the spinal cord. The anterior root, ventral root, carries only outgoing fibers or motor fibers, and the dorsal root or posterior root always consists of only cell fibers or its apparent. This is different. This is very simple, because it is asked to take down sometime. You should be aware of the
Good evening. তোমাদের লেকচারের মধ্যে তো অ্যাকশনের কম এসেছে। This is for mandatory attendance 2/3. বাকি 50 জন কোথায়? 50 জন বেশি। অ্যাকশন কম আছে ক্লাস। Anyway, the topic is digital health and mental health, and of course you get a chance to go through it. তোমরা সবাই কি এগুলো দেখেছো ভার্চুয়াল রিয়েলিটি সবাই দেখোনি তো ঠিক আছে ইউ গেটিং আ চান্স but we'll also be going through some of the theories daily. Every Wednesday and Thursday we might be taking some classes. So the theory part I'll just can any of you guess in how much time does medical knowledge double nowadays? I mean, if there are 2 pages of knowledge today, in how many days it will become 4 pages of medical knowledge base, the whole. Anyone has any idea? Yesterday I shared in the class, so the 3 who were in class now, but other than those 3, anyone would like to make a guess in how much time does medical knowledge double? Yes? 1 year. Anyone would go higher up or lower down? What is the time for doubling of medical knowledge? Is he right? Is he wrong? If wrong, how wrong? Then how much time does medical knowledge double nowadays? In fact, I'm putting the reference also in the lecture I shared yesterday, so maybe you can share the lecture with the whole class. You can see the reference also there. You can go through the original article. But now the medical knowledge is doubling in 72 days, 72 to 73 days, so just about 2 months. So what you learned today, in the month of June, by August, the knowledge base would have doubled. So there's really no way you can catch up with it, however hard you try. So what you need to do is you should learn how to learn. And that's not an easy job. And you have to go on also adopting lifelong learning. For any profession it is applicable, but for medical profession it is more so. You have to make the habit of lifelong learning and you have to learn how to learn. So I'll talk about those things a bit as we progress. So next question, and again I had taken a class long time back. I think that was last in April 8th. I had taken a class on digital health, and some of you had attended that. So any of you who had attended that class on 8th April, do you remember what is digital health? In fact, I have said also that the World Health Organization has started a division of digital health in 2019. From February 2019, the World Health Organization, WHO, they have started a division of digital health. But what is digital health? Anyone? Any guess? Particularly those who have attended my class on the 8th of April, almost 2 months back. What is digital health? What could it be? Would you please raise your hands, those who were there in that class on 8th April? How many of you were there in that class? How many of you from here? Or you don't even remember? You were there. Who else? 2. No, there were quite a few. Yesterday we had 3 students in the class, but that class had more students. 25 or 30 students were there. Who are the others? They haven't come today. Anyway, follow digital health. Alright, कल की कॉल लेता है. So the principal or attendance will be here. What is digital health? बोले बात जरूर पढ़ो. सजेस्ट करो डेफिनेशन का. बोले बात जरूर पढ़ो. माइक It is the knowledge and practice of applying digital technology. Digital technology. This classroom is quite small. I've given lecture in monthly hours. We used to attend classes in monthly hours. And we did attend classes where there were 300 students. We had joint classes for 3rd year and 5th year. For medicine and surgery in the morning 7 o'clock. And we had 300 students, not in all the classes, but some teachers did that track record. Nevertheless, so digital health is the knowledge and practice of applying digital technologies. And when we say digital technologies, it was earlier known as ICT, Information and Communication Technologies. So Information and Communication Technologies or ICT is now called digital technologies. So it's a knowledge and practice of applying digital technologies to improve health. That's the simple definition of digital health. The definition is simple, but it's a vast, huge definition because it covers a lot of spectrum. So, but there's for anything you have a nucleus, the core, the backbone. So what is the backbone in the case of digital health? To practice digital health successfully, what do you need? Without what digital health will not be utilized fully. What is it? What is the core or absolute necessity for applying digital health? What is it? All my answers are written on the board. What is it? What is the most basic thing or unit of digital health? To work on digital health or to apply digital health successfully, what do you need? Yes? What do you look at? Konta chada digital health kavana. बेशी अल्फाबेट्स यूज करेंगे ए टू जेड छोटे अल्फाबेट्स बनी मोटे कई कोना कते कोने अल्फाबेट्स रहते शॉर्ट फॉर्म में ई हच इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आर हच रिकॉर्ड एच हच हेल्थ एम हच मेडिकल पी हच पर्सनल তাহলে কি হলো কি লেগে আছে না हमें ताकत हो चला एक और बात को ना E M H R P R R E M H P R एक और प्रोग्राम चल electronic medical record, electronic health record, personal health record. What does it mean? What is electronic medical record? What is electronic health record? What is personal health record?
Database stores the medical record of a particular subject and analyzes it by itself. That is electronic medical record. Personal health record is detailed. It's in the record. You record health is your blood pressure, policy is for yourself so that you can judge your how healthy you are, how much more weight you can have to lose, or how can you better your
Not electronic health record. Okay. Good others here, what is that? If you could hear, do you agree or disagree? If you couldn't hear, you can't either agree or disagree. So that's can be a, but anyone who heard it, how much of it is correct and how much of it is inadequate? No one would like to guess anything. Where is the roll over here now? कोई अच्छा আগের ক্লাসে সবচেয়ে লাভ করেছিল ক্লাসে শেষে এসে অনেক কিছু বলেছিল তারপর বেশ কয়েক ঘন্টা ফোনও করেছিল আমার দেখ না দেখা পাওয়া যায় তাই তো electronic medical record is an episodic. The medical record that what you conventionally take with pen and paper when a patient is admitted in a hospital, the patient record. That is the paper or the analog records. If you have it digitally, that's the electronic medical record. That is always episodic. So electronic medical record records a disease. Only when you have a disease you are hospitalized. You are admitted to a hospital with a disease. So in any electronic medical record or EMR, you will get information about the disease. What did the patient present with? What were the investigations done? How the diagnosis was reached or not reached? And then what management was given and then how the patient was discharged. So that will be an EMR, electronic medical record, and that is always episodic. But EHR is a lifelong record. It's a longitudinal record from birth to death. When we say electronic health record, that's the longitudinal record from birth to death. And it's not a medical record or disease record, it's a health record. So it will also have information like immunization, which is not a disease record. You won't get it in the EMR. But EHR will have all those, and EHR, as you rightly said, whatever you are recording personally, either manually or you can use the various wearables we have, Fitbit or Apple Watch or whatever, you can use that. You can populate your personal health record and you can add to the EHR base. Without this, you can't have the digital health interventions. But this is the theoretical part that we'll go more about it. We have actually, how many of you have seen the kiosk, the health kiosk? The HLH part in the Santiniketan nursing home? How many of you have seen that? Not many. Do visit. Those who have not yet gone there, please visit. So you can measure 20 parameters in 5 minutes and you can actually, what is not told to the others, you will not see in the Facebook Live and all the videos and TV interviews, is that whatever you are getting, you can get a paper or printout, but you are also actually storing it in a digital database. And that database, we can extract the data from there, analyze, develop insights so that we can do better management. Also, at this point of time, we are trying to integrate it with our telemedicine platform, eDocSMC. So, from that kiosk, whatever is recorded will automatically go into the record of the patient in the eDocSMC portal. So, that's the research project going on currently in the Digital Research Laboratory. And this EMR, so I'll let you practice. So, they're actually, they have made some login IDs. I've asked them to make student login IDs as well. So, you can actually play with it. You can see how it works and how you can improve it further. lecture today. I'm not going to say any more theory for today. But because I am here, I think it's useful that you make use of digital things the better. You have shared with everyone. I think everyone has got the link in your WhatsApp. So you can click on the link. Go to it. If you go to this e-gallery, this is in a university in the US. And I've kept only your subjects, anatomy, biochemistry, and physiology. So if you go through this, there are lots of learning videos. The concepts that you can clarify by seeing animation videos. If you see once, you can understand a lot more than what you would by listening or reading 10 times. When you read the book 10 times or listen to your teacher 15 times, you may not understand what you can understand just seeing once these animation videos. So you should definitely visit all these pages, try to see, find the topics of your interest. In fact, yesterday I was showing them, if you go into YouTube also, there are lots of excellent channels are there, but you can do a search on the topic. So if you want to see exactly how the actin myocin complex does the muscle contraction, you can see those excellent videos, and once you see such a good animation video, you understand it much better than if you read it 10 times. So for each and every topic that you have, whether anatomy or physiology or biochemistry, if you go and find a YouTube video which has got more of animation rather than lecture, that will be very helpful. Just to put it in perspective, my daughter, she did BTech in biomedical engineering, and after passing, she said that in 4 years, she didn't touch a single printed textbook. And she's not the only one. I mean, most of her classmates belong to that category. So without touching a single printed textbook, you can learn a lot. Right now she is doing a master's in UK Newcastle University, master's in biomedical engineering. But this is a reality, and I think you all also should make use of it. So it's digital, when we say digital health, it's not just EMR. Even your day-to-day learning, the syllabus that you are having to cover for what you are getting frightened, how can we get good enough marks in the tests. If you see some of these, maybe your teachers may not encourage, but I would strongly encourage, find out in YouTube, there are excellent animation videos on each and every topic. And if you see those animation videos even once, you will understand and remember it for a much longer time than you would if you just go through reading the book 10 times or 20 times. Okay? So any questions, anyone on whatever I said today? Any questions, anyone? No questions means either you have understood everything or you have understood nothing. I'll assume that you have understood nothing. But you can prove that you have understood something by asking some questions. Or at least, if you want to learn something, not like your role number 1, asking questions, 10 or 100 questions and then running away. Not like that, but you can go on asking 2 or 3 questions every day. No questions, anyone? Okay, so you can now take care of that. Both these links, do go through it. There are courses also, short-term courses are there. They're free. You can just have a look at it, and there are various others. So if any of you are interested, you can ask me. I can give you a specific video for a particular topic. There are lots of them. But that's the end of the class, theory class. From my end, we can have your metaverse experience. I think you need to do that serially, so maybe you can do roll number wise or how you do it.